Guys, what's going on? What's going on, guys? What's going on? Here we are, guys. Guys, we're doing a special late live, guys. I had to do my last dentist appointment for the stupid root canal. You know, I had one done in 2021 and they didn't do it right. So there was a lesion like under my gum line. It was gross. It was bad. Anyways, but yeah, other than that, my pearly whites are pearly whites. So we're all good, you know. But guys, so as we're gonna look at Marte's debate, he should be joining here in a little bit. But guys, this liberal woke goofball, white goofball, had the nerve to argue with Marte, who's black, about black culture. And guys, what we're gonna see here in a little bit is everything wrong with woke white liberals. Period. Okay. It's an absolute mess. So, guys, C-Grips here because you know, like I said, he's one of the regulars of the channel. You know what I'm saying? And Marte's here now. First, Marte, can I please say congratulations on 5,000 subs? And guys, everyone go over to Marte's channel, please, and drop him a sub. He's doing big things over there. He debates people, right? And he completely destroys these wokes and these degenerates. So if you guys want to see good debating,
play intro on my channel.
Yeah,
give me like 10 more seconds real quick, and I'll.
Yeah. But I'm gonna let me see. So guys, this is his channel right here. Let me share my screen. Yes, go over and make sure that you drop him a sub. And I'll drop this in the chat. There we go. Okay. So guys, we'll break some news first, and then we'll get into the topic here. And let's just do this now. Now let's see who we have here. Let me share my screen here. Hold on. Okay. Keyshawn. Yes. Hey, what's up, man?
Okay. Good to be in the studio now.
Nice. Keyshawn, what's up, dude? He's here. He says the black he isn't cooked. It's just B-dubs and nug. Yeah, facts. Yeah. Black Superman. What's up, dude? He says, hey, Flat Highway. How you doing, Steve? What's going on, my friend? It's good to see you, the resident old curmudgeon, right? You know, Red Doors in the house. What's going on? Evil Drizzles here. MS Best. Good to see you, Uncle Herman. Core. What's up, guys? So guys, this story is going viral right now. I can't play the actual clip because they actually have the uncut clip on Twitter. But did you guys see this Houston police officer? She was like, fee, fi, fo, finja. Lord, I know I hate some ninjas. She's on Instagram Live just going off. I think she's Hispanic, just dropping M-bombs, just machine gunning M-bombs left and right. Her whole spiel, guys, she was just... But here's the story.
A Houston police officer is under investigation after she posted a racist rant on social media.
The police department confirms Officer Ashley Gonzalez has been relieved of duty. A warning here, the video, it is disturbing, and we are only sharing just a portion of it.
Megan Raina live downtown with the backlash.
Whoa. Look at the size. Look at the size of that chick on the right. Holy moly. Look at...
You know, it's funny. The community calls these people tortas. That's what the Hispanic community calls.
Tortas.
La torta.
That's no moon.
from the community as well as the police department. Megan?
Yeah, well, the community is obviously very upset, but my sources with Houston police tell me that her fellow officers are deeply disturbed. Now, right now, Gonzalez is suspended of her duties. She has to stay at home with no badge, no gun, as police here fully investigate.
The amount of times that I will always and forever say that I hate.
This is video of what police say appears to be their officer, Ashley Gonzalez, going on a racist rant.
Guys, she's hard R-ing the whole time. I wonder if, no, I don't think I can play the whole thing. I think it's because of the sheer length of the whole thing. You know what I'm saying?
Post was clipped and shared by community activist Dr. Candace Matthews Monday night. The officer is heard saying a racial slur at least 25 times. Since the post has gone viral, Gonzalez has been relieved of duty.
Also from Houston,
she's like, all they do is steal, and all the girls do is get in fights. I mean, she's in Houston. I mean, gosh, she's not lying. You know what I'm saying?
Ashley Gonzalez.
Sources with Houston police tell us Gonzalez graduated from the academy in January of 2024, and in the social media video references being in the Marines.
I felt like I was back in the Marine Corps.
The president of the Houston chapter of the NAACP, Bishop James Dixon, said,
here we go. Anytime any one of these pastor pork chop dunderheads comes out, that's when you know that there's some foolishness.
He was shocked when he saw the video.
That's a sick mindset, and it's violence waiting to happen.
According to the Houston Police Department's general order, officers must comply with the code of ethics that mentions acting without prejudices. And they have a social media policy that prohibits them from posting anything that would harm the reputation of the department or city.
Let's start a dialogue and let's re-engage officers as to how we see people in this very diverse community that we live in.
The HPOU president, Douglas Griffith, said in his statement, quote, "In no way does the HPOU or its leadership condone or tolerate racist behavior from any of our officers," end quote. District 8 Councilwoman Amy Peck, who oversees the Public Safety Committee, says she understands the concerns over how this officer may have acted while off duty.
We have many safety measures in place to make sure that if something like this happens, that they will be held accountable and we can go back and look at all of these cases.
One of those safety measures is an independent oversight committee for the police department that's by City Council. Now, Councilman Peck told me that they're going to wait until police here finish their investigation before they think about starting an investigation of their own. Meanwhile, just in the last hour, we were able to confirm that the Gonzalez had served 4 years with the Marines. Reporting live downtown.
Guys, there's so much to unpack here, right? And there's another story right here. Hold on.
Well, this story wants your feedback. The number in the top corner of your screen, 713-581-9914, or join my TikTok and give me some feedback. So this woman is a Houston police officer, and she has been relieved of duty and under investigation for social media posts that are now going viral on social media for her allegedly using racial slurs over and over again. In the video, the officer, identified as Ashley Gonzalez, also uses the same language to talk about a person she arrested. It's a story we first broke right here on Fox last night.
Oh my God, I felt like I was back in the Marine. I kid you not. I don't know what came over me. I grabbed by the neck and I was like, "Come here, you." And oh my God, I felt like the world just stopped. It was just peace. I don't know. And then he was just like even I in my head, I was like, damn, te pasaste, because I called him a dog. Imagine how many downtown chimps were there. They could have beat him.
Downtown chimps.
Whoa.
Bro, what? First of all, there's so much to unpack here. Number one, guys. All right, strike one. This goofball was in the Marine Corps. Strike one. Strike two, this goofball is a cop. Strike two. And strike three, she's posting stuff on social media, right? Come on, man. Guys, put a one if you agree. The ponytail patrol should not be cops, or military. Sorry, guys, especially not Marines, because this is what happens when you have these dunderheads in these positions. You know.
Fox 26's Leslie Delasport spent today digging into Officer Gonzalez and talking with other officers as well, outraged by what they've heard. Leslie.
Yeah, that's right, Anthony. As you said, there's a lot of outrage behind this video showing an HPD officer using racial slurs, including the N-word. Now, sources say the officer in the video, Ashley Gonzalez, is being investigated for her behavior, and she joined HPD in 2024. Now, HPD tells us Gonzalez was assigned to the South Gessner Patrol Division. If you're familiar with that area...
Can you imagine getting pulled over by this idiot, guys? Can you imagine?
59. It's an area known for its diversity. Now, the Afro-American Police Officers League, or AAPOL, says while the departments continue recruiting, officers must still meet the standards required to wear the badge. APOL says training alone is not enough, and they're calling for a swift and thorough investigation. The group says complaints have been pouring in, describing the remarks in the video as disgraceful, distasteful, and despicable. They add this moment calls for restorative justice, and they also say they don't want Gonzalez
to see how many woke buzzwords these restorative justice. What does that even mean? You know what I mean?
Join another agency, and they hope the state will revoke her license.
I also urge that this department takes a deep look into this officer's body camera footage and her files in JPR, her reviews with her supervisors, to see what type of character she's had since joining the HPD. There needs to be some type of conversation to restore the trust in that community. It's very disheartening from what we saw in that video.
And I was like, come here, you. And oh my God, like I felt like the world just stopped.
Just as it states in our general orders when it comes to employee misconduct, if an officer has
basically, here's a B-dub who's in HR, but she works for the cops. I mean, guys, are you shocked? Are you surprised? Right?
Well.
Now, guys, we'll do one little last story here, and then we will get into the topic. Now, guys, who saw this today, right? This dunderheaded Florida B-dub representative had to resign because she stole $5 million.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Never elect a 304s, guys. We've covered this countless times on this channel. Never elect 304s, guys. Never, ever, ever. How many mayors, how many councilwomen, how many PTA was it superintendents or whatever have I covered that are stealing money, embezzling money, abusing people? Even Knucklehead Harris and her staff. You guys remember Kamala Harris got in trouble for mistreating her staff? Oh, hold on, guys. That's so weird. Oh, you know what? My settings are off. There we go. There we go. You guys can hear this, right?
You've been had. You've been took.
You heard that, right?
Yep. Been had, been took. Malcolm X. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Live look right now at the U.S. Capitol, Washington, D.C. We're continuing to track the breaking news this afternoon as Congresswoman Sheila Sher-Phyllis McCormick announces her resignation amid an ongoing ethics probe.
Thanks, Adrian. Every time these Microsoft updates come, one of my settings messes up. So.
In the House that has now come to an end upon her resignation. But she is still facing federal charges and an upcoming trial in all of this as well. And so joining me live now to talk about this and break down the breaking news this afternoon, we've got Kimberly Leonard, Politico reporter, joining us live now via Zoom. And Kimberly,
let's skip ahead, guys.
And so what's the fallout from this, Kimberly? What's the kind of ripple effect here?
Well, a few things. First of all, I think it's important for people to know that this seat is going to be remaining empty. The timeline just doesn't allow for the governor to call a special session, get someone in that seat, get them elected, et cetera. So that's going to be vacant, most likely. And then there's also going to be more pressure on representatives.
Here's a shorter story, guys. Sorry, this one's taking forever. Here we go.
on Florida Live as we prepare for that House Ethics meeting and sanctions hearing going on. We have gotten word of resignation from Sheila Sherfulis McCormick, just announcing that on social media. Here's the statement. Meanwhile, this hearing is getting ready to get underway. Let's see what the chairman has to say as these developments just come out.
April 21st, 2026. It is addressed to the Honorable Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House. The letter reads, Dear Mr. Speaker, I hereby resign my office from the 119th.
Dear Mr. Speaker, I am a dirty hair hat at 304, dunderhead, and a thief.
Hey, AJ, I just want to make sure that my chat can hear me. Chat, can you hear me on my end?
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
I know you can hear me. I just want to make sure my chat can
sorry,
hear me.
dude.
Okay, I think they can probably hear me.
Who
All right,
has now resigned from Congress, had multiple ample opportunities to present exculpatory evidence to the committee and to address the committee both by way of a voluntary statement and then also to comply with the subpoena that was issued in this case.
So, guys, she chose to not defend herself at all because there was so much evidence of her being an absolute idiot. You know what I'm saying? So, guys, she's cooked. Now, guys, Marte, if you want to kind of set the stage here, right? Because Marte did a debate, and it's called Black Culture Should Be Destroyed, right? And
yeah, that's the debate I did, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know who this dunderhead is that you were debating, but guys, I'm going to kind of sum up what, like, myself, Seagrip, Keyshawn, and everyone else with black on my side thinks. I think that I can sum this up in just one little clip.
I hate niggas. I love black people. Honest, hardworking, law-abiding black people. Niggas like you make me sick.
Exactly.
Facts. No, those are facts. I mean, yeah. No lies told there. Yeah, for sure. But I'll set this up real quick. So
yeah. The floor is yours, my friend.
I wanted to say that black culture should be destroyed. And when people say, well, you mean destroy the black people? No, the culture. You can destroy the culture because it's been destroyed several times in history. Matter of fact, it's not even our culture. It was stripped from us as soon as we got off slave ships, all that other shit. What we have right now with these B-dubs and twerking mentality and ABs that we're doing, deleting babies and Planned Parenthood, is not a good culture that we should have for America. In fact, it's destroying America. So i.e. destroy that. And this guy is saying that we shouldn't destroy this. It's really stupid to argue even against it. So yeah, there you have it.
Well, here's the thing about this what's it called? Was it normalcy bias or recency bias, where people think that this is the way that us blacks have always been? Guys, black people in the 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s were not like how we are now. Even in the 70s, there were some pockets of Harlem, pockets of St. Louis that had some crime. Right? But most people, they were married, they worked, they went to church. You know what I'm saying? We were the most married, actually didn't have a lot of crime, right? You didn't see obese freaking whales running around. So we have regressed. There's basically been a new, when all of us blacks came here, there was an ethnogenesis, right? Meaning there's a new ethnicity that's called Black Americans. In the same way that Jamaicans are their ethnicity, in the same way that Haitians are theirs, right? We are our own ethnicity, right? It's like we've had a new ethnogenesis. It's very strange. It's like we've had a new from Black America has come Ratchet America, and Ratchet America seems to somehow have taken control of our community. And not only is it the most vocal, but it's like everyone supports it. If you don't, they call us all kinds of names. You know,
I just want to make sure, chat, can you now hear me now that I'm back? I had to reset everything, AJ. Now I'm back.
Of course. Yeah. Equilibrium says part of it was a psyop by the small hats. Yeah, you can argue that. And as a friend of mine is a small hat, you know, and she was asking like, well, coworker, why there's so much anti small hat behavior that's in the Black community. And I said, well, during Motown and all the other all the artists that were blowing up in the 50s and the 60s who were Black, the only labels that would take a chance on them were small hats, right? Now, all labels screw their artists over. But it just so happens that our celebrities, when our parents were young, were getting screwed over by small hats. Then in the 90s, when rap and hip hop started getting big, who are the only labels that would take a chance on KRS-One, on NWA? Small hats, right? And they were screwing over people. Yes, guys, Hesh from the Sopranos, right? That's how he got his money. He was a small hat who was screwing over Black artists back in the day, you know? So, yeah. So, guys, I'm just going to say, look, guys, Black people are not my tribe. You know what I'm saying? Assertive, ambitious, successful, red pill men are my tribe. Secret, Marte, Equilibrium, Lenny, Adrian, MS Best, Steve, you guys are my tribe. I don't look at any group and automatically assume that I'm one of them, right? Because, guys, skin folk ain't always kin folk. That's for damn sure. So Marte, who is this guy? Who's this idiot that you're debating here? Who is this guy?
This guy, his name's Sirkar, and he proposes to be well-read, educated, and whatnot. This guy got thoroughly destroyed and wrecked in this debate.
So, but who is he? Like, is he a commentator? Is he a woke? Like, how is he, as a white guy, going to try and tell you about Black culture as a woke, liberal, white guy? And this is what's wrong with America today. Guys, put a 1 if you agree. First of all, I don't believe in social justice. If you have to put a qualifier in front of justice, then it's not social justice. I mean, it's not justice. So the other thing is, the social justice movement has been dominated by LDHD TVs and white women, right? White transformers. You know what I'm saying? And women, Black, Asian, Hispanics. What per their narrative, how have we benefited from anything from the left in the last 15 years? We haven't. So this is one big psyop. It's one big joke. And let's just say that I take on the whole victimhood narrative that the wokes want me as a Black man to think that it's all you white guys' fault, right? You expect me to believe that a white dude can put on a dress and all of a sudden he's more oppressed than I am? Come on, man, right?
You've been had. You've been took. You've been hoodwinked. Bamboozled. Led astray. Run amok.
So, Marte, do you just want to give your position really fast, or do you just want to play your intro here? Because I know that you're for. So the prompt is Black culture should be destroyed. Now Marte is saying yes. This idiot here is saying no. Do you want to give a little commentary before we get into this?
No, we can just go right into it. I'm fine with going into it. Yeah.
Because I know that you're a little bit older than I am, so you remember the 80s and the early 70s. Secret, you're what, 55, right?
No, yes. Man, you're aging me a whole lot by like 15 years. That's crazy.
No. Secret, you're what, 55?
This June, yes.
Yeah, yeah. So Secret, you remember the 80s?
Oh, yes.
In the 90s, yeah. What do you think before we start out?
So for me, I want to know, why was he arguing the opposition? Because and Marte, I had the opportunity to listen to your debate this afternoon. Oh my goodness! Just I'm literally sitting here, and I'm like, and mind you, I'm working, and it's never a good thing when I'm yelling at my computer. And so I'm listening to this dude, and the way you just qualified him, he's educated, well read. It did not come across that way. Just
and I was hoping that that would translate when I was debating him, because he's debated Andrew Wilson. Andrew really thoroughly destroyed him, and Rachel was the one that told him this. And I was like, I guess I can qualify that a little bit if Rachel Wilson's saying this, but in our debate, none of that was shown. So I understand what you're saying.
I always wonder though, like that Charlie chick and that not so erudite chick, are they mentally ill? Because they keep debating Andrew and getting absolutely cooked. Like, are they just too stupid to understand how bad that they're doing? Because Andrew's like 12-0 against both of them. You know what I'm saying? And they keep going on debates against Andrew Wilson. Like,
to be honest with you, before the end of the year, I'm probably going to debate Not So Erudite. We're probably going to have a run-in, because I've already had a run-in with Destiny last year. So it's going to happen. It's bound to happen eventually.
Yeah, they lose every single time. And the only people who say that they did good are the degenerate sycophants. You know what I mean? But like the whole internet just shows, that Not So Erudite, she's getting absolutely cooked. And she's just like, well, I keep beating Andrew Wilson. It's like, no, you don't. No, you aren't. What are you talking about? So, but hey, that's social media for you. That's this TikTok Tylenol brain, debaters that are out there now. So here we go.
If my opponent would like to tell me what culture, yes, we didn't have a culture to strip from us, but we're talking about the culture that we've adapted right now culturally. Premise 2, what replaced the stripped culture was a conscious ideological import, Marxism, not organic evolution. This is post-1960s. Black Panther Party, manifestos, all these other things, rhetoric. BLM, as which I try to go ahead and do another debate with him, but he agreed with me on that prompt. So we're going to continue this Marxist trend with this. So premise 3, the adopted framework is empirically non-optimal in 2026. Despite equality since 1964, trillions in targeted transfers, and the removal of every formal barrier, the metrics remain stubborn. Black homicide, victimization still leads for all groups, as I've said before. Let's fast.
I think it's funny, guys, that so C-Grip's former military, so he likes firearms, I like firearms, Marty like guys. Isn't it funny how we just got true equality in the 60s, and yet the wokey wolves want to give our rights away?
Mm-hmm.
Like black people.
It's funny because like we talk about black benefits and blacks not getting anything. Meanwhile, the military offers a whole lot.
Yeah.
You don't hear about the blacks talking about, well, military benefits, and that's an avenue. They actually have people go away from this when actually you have gang culture shooting people up the place. Yeah. I'm like, well, what better than going into the military? You can shoot whatever you want underneath direct command, as long as you're doing this and giving appropriate response to enemy combatants in the right time and place. There's a place for you if you want to shoot things up in the military.
Yeah.
You don't want to do that.
So my point is, we haven't had access to gun ownership long enough to just give our rights away. We haven't had access to like racism. Our systems in the United States are not racist. It's keeping not giving a group access to said systems that's racist. We haven't had access to these systems long enough to give them away and be Marxists. That's the funniest thing about the liberal agenda. These idiots have had access to this for all this time and don't realize how racist that they're being by pushing Marxism on us. Why don't you hey, everyone who's black in the chat, let's enjoy some free, not unfettered, but let's enjoy some capitalism. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Let's just not let these woke whites try and convince us that capitalism's bad when we've really, really only had all formal barriers removed since the 60s.
For the premise 4, the replacement with less degeneracy. Now, herein lies the answer. Is not erasure, it is selective cultural upgrade. No one proposes replacing black people. We propose replacing the cultural operative system.
Now, do you see what Marte, he's responding to this guy? Do you see that Marte is listing all the negative things, all the degenerate parts of our culture. And this guy is saying, well, if you're trying to get rid of that, then you're trying to get rid of black people. Oops. You see how racist that is?
Yeah.
He's trying to say that blacks can't be anything more than Glocktavia, gangbangers, baby deleters, you know what I'm saying? Thieves, etc.
Disregard the Marxist lens that externalizes all agencies. Retain the creativity that we've had, resilience and everything else. Should jazz and everything else go by the wayside and everything else a part of black culture? Let's say that does go. Oh, we get to replace it with something else. And herein lies the answer, because not only do I have a problem and a complaint, I have a formal solution. Blacks that import from outside the country into our country despise black culture in the U.S.
Yeah, that's facts.
Now, if we can replace that with their roots in country using propagandization throughout our culture, I think that would be a great substitute. Now, I'm not saying that European culture would be a better optimal replacement, but it is better regardless.
And that's what we used to be, because even Martin Luther King, he got in trouble because he didn't like rock and roll and jazz and stuff. He didn't like where he saw black culture going. You know what I'm saying? He wanted us to be more integrated culturally. And I would disagree with this point just a little bit and say that we need to regress to how things were back in the 50s and the 60s, because black immigrants who come here have that more traditional old school mindset, and we've been there before. Blacks, we know how to do things. Matter of fact, if you ask most black people, secret, when do you think the best time to be black was, besides now? People say like the golden age of our community was when? The Harlem Renaissance. You know what I'm saying? People always say that back then the black community was moving and shaking and right?
I would say this is my answer: pre-civil rights, because pre-civil rights we had more nuclear families, more together. We had more education, we had more entrepreneurs, people going for that, more trade schools, things like this. Now all of a sudden, after civil rights, we've developed this victim mentality where we can't let go of slavery. We always have to have a victim card and get free handouts. I'm totally against that. I think that black people should move towards merit-based systems, and I think we move away from that. That's crazy.
Yeah. And think of this. Two things. Look at all these, HBCUs, which I don't believe in, and all these black institutions that have been around for 90 years. When were they built? Before civil rights. Have we seen anything built since? No. And funny, guys, every Black History Month, we hear about the same people: Mary McLeod Bethune, Sojourner Truth, Malcolm X. Guys, what can you add to a Black history curriculum, and that's been the last, from the last 20 years?
Nothing.
Thank you very much. And guys, Barry doesn't count. Barry and Big Mike don't count because Barry's African. He's not Black American because his dad's from Senegal, right? And Big Mike is a and they won't count Clarence Thomas because he's a conservative, and they won't count Condoleezza Rice or Colin Powell because they're conservatives. It's a joke. It's an absolute joke.
Now, my opponent is going to say, well, no, this is only selective for certain places in our culture. It's not a widespread thing. It is. Because if me not being a part of that culture speaks up, I am then a coon. Jaden, the guy from the NBA that got fired for having Christian ideologies, the Black community doesn't need to defend him because they appropriate BLM, Marxist ideologies, and also LGBTQ over all this. They'll go ahead and scream that, these transformer people, you're pissing those off. But when it comes to Christian agendas and defending Black people upon ourselves, trying to maintain a position, had he said something regarding Trump or said something about Charlie Kirk.
Marte is correct. But isn't it funny, guys? The Black community claims to be the most religious, yet will come after a Black man for talking bad about the LDHDT TVs? Is that nuts?
Oh, the black community, and he got fired because he retaliated towards Trump or something like that. Charlie Kirk, they would have been burning buildings down, cars, trucks, and everything else, storming the streets. But instead, because he spoke out against LGBTQ, oh, it's nothing. Because the black culture has also adopted that as an ideology too. I'll concede my time because I want to get into the arguments.
Now, guys, I didn't hear a single thing that Marte said that was wrong, that was irrational or unreasonable, right? Everything he said was based in facts, data, and statistics. And if you put a 1, if you guys agree that if you had more than 2 brain cells, you would agree with what Marte said.
All right.
You guys hit the like button on the way in, please.
And Sierka, whenever you're ready. You're muted.
Just so we're clear, do I do my? Sorry, I wasn't listening earlier. My rebuttal right now or my opening?
You just hear the soy in this dude's voice.
This will be your opening.
Okay, good.
Actually, it's up to you guys. I'll give it to you guys real quick. So, would you like the rebuttal right now, or would you like the
black culture in the United States should be destroyed? Which is very strict sense of the word, very not a liberal one, it's very loaded. Now that is a much bigger claim in my opinion. My opponent will, it seems like to me, shrink it to the second, which is essentially narrowing it down to some really specific pathology. So
that's what culture is. Culture is a description of a people's pathology, of an ethnicity's pathology. Because what do you think about that? Yeah. I didn't mean to toot my own horn, but beep beep.
He tries to sound smart when really he misses the whole point, and it's really stupid in the end. To be honest,
he does these stupid pauses too to try and sound like really intelligent. Come on,
beta male.
You know what I'm saying?
The biggest takeaway I took away was you could tell one person obviously prepared while the other one didn't, just came in and winged it. That was one of the things that I kind of took away from this. One person was prepared, the other person wasn't.
Well, I just don't know what solipsistic hubris that he has to think like he can be part of this discussion per the woke liberal mindset. Don't they go, well, I'm a white man and I need to shut up and listen to you dark people, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that what white people are supposed to do? Now, guys, I don't agree with that, right? Guys, you always know what I say. I say right now, some of the people who have it the worst are heterosexual white dudes. This is the only group right now in the United States we have free reign to just crap all over and say all types of crazy stuff about. That doesn't fly over here.
Loose opening of what he wants black culture to be, and it's going to become a very narrow idea of what black culture is whenever he's trying to essentially defend against what I'm going to say. Now, there's a problem here. Black culture is not synonymous with crime. It is not synonymous for fatherlessness.
The lie detector determined that was a lie.
Not synonymous with definitely Marxism, even though I have a feeling we were talking about Derek Bell or David Bell, can't remember, and his ties to the Frankfurt School, which are suspect of their own, but we'll get into that. There's not a synonym for every ugly statistic someone can pull off a screen and wave around with confidence. In my opinion, black culture in America was forged in a long and brutal history of enslavement. And they did not come, as Marte said earlier, as blank slates. They were creolized, as in they were made anew once they got to the United States. That is true. Slavery shattered languages for them. It shattered kinship and their inherited worlds. And also, you have to remember, Africans in and of themselves were not the same people either. They were not monolithic. Something to be of note as well. Out of that violence came a new social formation, though. We have family, worship, memory, music, speech, labor, and survival, in my opinion. Then emancipation came, and freedom was answered with Reconstruction's collapse. Black codes, convict leasing.
Yes, but if you look at the economic growth that the black community was doing, guys, we were growing faster than whites were. Now we were below them, yes. But guys, and here's another thing too. Guys, Jim Crow was only in the South. It wasn't in the North or the West Coast. Guys, what were blacks in Chicago doing? Blacks in New York, in Boston, in Newark. We define ourselves by Jim Crow. And it's like, no, there was blacks in the North. Matter of fact, you guys saw it, was it 12 years a slave? He was free because he lived in the North and they kidnapped him to the South. So why don't we tell the story of the up North people too? Because it doesn't fit the narrative.
Sirkar actually contradicts himself. If you notice, he said black people aren't synonymous with crime. And then out the other side of his mouth, he says, well, we're synonymous with survival and worship. I'm like, okay, it's contradicting yourself there. Yeah. So he does this the whole debate.
Yep. Emperor. Okay. People used to say this, and it would irk me until about 3 years ago, and I realized, you guys know what bothers me? Secret Marte. You guys know like Cornel West and Michael Eric Dyson and all these wannabe black academics, how they always for some reason quote hip hop and rap lyrics and act like a rapper is like some academic historian person. Have you ever noticed that? Well, we have to analyze the message of Jay-Z's. He's a rapper. What are you talking about? We could actually tell the youth to listen to the poetry of. What are you talking about? You do not see any other cultures, academics, quoting rappers, quoting hip-hop music. Can you imagine if a white guy goes, well, we have to listen, we have to quote this, the great metal band known as Styx. It's like they don't do that. We have to quote the great American poet Garth Brooks. They don't do that.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to say. So they'll appeal to these new leaders as entertainers instead of leaders. Yes. White people don't do this. Asian people, least of all, don't do this. Yeah. So only the black community will appeal to entertainers as our leaders, which is really ridiculous. And then out the same side of their mouth, they'll say, well, they're an entertainer. They shouldn't speak about politics or religion or the black community. So they'll say something and then contradict it by saying that person shouldn't speak on it, but then reference him when, they need to reference somebody of good substance, which that's nobody. Yeah.
Well, they'll say that if that celebrity or athlete says something that they don't like, then all of a sudden he's an athlete and an entertainer and he doesn't know anything. But if he's like LeBron James, where he's saying BLM and black women are queens and goddesses, Mother Earth, then all of a sudden they'll think that he's the next Malcolm X. It's crazy.
Peonage, an illegal order that kept turning black life into a target. A different brand of slavery, if one wants to think of the history. When you look at that wreckage, the wreckage that is the culture, I think he's making a basic category error here. He's making and taking outcomes that need explanation and pretending they need to explain themselves.
They do, because these problems were not problems back in the 50s, in the 40s, and the 60s. We didn't have single motherhood rates. We didn't have gangbangers and kids running around doing all this foolishness stuff. We didn't have boys hitting girls with skateboards and all this stuff. We didn't have a 53% STD rates. Do you see, guys? This is this recency bias, this normalcy bias, where he thinks that what's normal now has always been a thing. And this is one of the worst things, because B-dubs perpetuate this more than anyone else. We've always been fat, so we've always aborted the kids. We've always been loud and rude, obnoxious. Guys, my mom's generation was not like that. My grandma's generation was not like that either.
Taking wounds and calling them identity. Now, harmful subcultures can exist, of course, in my opinion. Can bad norms be criticized? Absolutely. The black on black violence we see in the day today is extreme. That's not something that we can just hand wave away. I will do that myself, like I just did, if needed, but that is not the same thing as saying an entire people's culture should be destroyed. That is a bait and switch. And once you see that, the whole case here, in my opinion, starts to feel a little bit wobbly. And my position is a little more simple. If my opponent wants to criticize conduct, then I'm going to let him name it. He wants to criticize institutions. I'm going to let him name those institutions. He does not get to collapse, though, the entire historical culture into a pathology.
Says who?
So you see what he did now? Now he wants to go back to history, and nobody mentioned history. And then here's the other thing I asked him. If you destroy all of Black culture, what good are you saving? What's the good in Black culture that you want to prevent from being destroyed? The only thing he mentioned was worship. How's that going for you right now? Not too well for the Black community. It's not saving them. So it's like, if we destroy it all, and he's even conceded in the debate, he said, Black culture has been destroyed numerous times. Okay, well, what's the use of saving it instead of destroying it again and replacing it with original Black culture from Africa, Nigeria, third world countries are better than our culture. Replacing it with that is still putting us in touch with our roots. That would be more optimal, right? Even European culture would be better than what we have right now. So, yeah.
And I would say that our true culture was pre-civil rights from Reconstruction to about 1966. Guys, we know how to do. Guys, my mom's one of 12. She grew up in rural Alabama. All of her siblings went on, they either went to college, right? Or they got trades and were very successful, okay? Black people knew how to do this. My mom's dad is one of 20 kids. None of them went to jail. None of them had bastard kids. You know what I'm saying? Bro, like Black people knew how to, we were the most moral. We were the most married. We were the most religious.
Yeah.
We were actually, once again, our economics were growing faster. Guys, watch what Thomas Sowell says. Black people were doing just fine. We were actually doing better under actual institutional racism. You know what I'm saying?
And then call that eradication of it wisdom. It's far from that. To me, that is not a serious analysis. It is just prejudice with a cleaner shirt.
Wait.
That's my opening.
Wait. Oh yeah, Marte, since you're Black, you're just so prejudiced against yourself.
Right. Exactly. I'm a self-hate myself. Yeah, crazy.
Some people are really fucking stupid.
All right. And with that, we'll start our back and forth clarification questions. We'll start with Circa. You can ask Marte, and then we'll go back.
Oh, this ought to be
I'll start it
stunning.
on your voice.
Sure. So a few things. I'd like Marte to really tell me what this common strain of Black culture actually accepts Marxism. I want him to name an actual leader, I guess, in this, one that actually is Marxist, okay?
Guys, 3 letters. BLM. Guys,
Yeah, he
how
got
about that?
destroyed here. He got destroyed because when he did ask me, I said, okay, cool. The last leader identified as a Marxist and identified with the ideology. She literally said this herself, and she said she espouses Marxist beliefs. Crazy, right?
Yep.
One that actually can, in my opinion, if we are going to say Marxist, at least can provably or reliably show some sort of tendril or connection there, okay? I also want to point out that are all Blacks uniform in their thinking of these Marxist views?
Wait,
You
hold
mentioned
on.
the
Can
Black
we do one
Panthers.
claim at a time? One thing at a time?
Yeah.
Thank you, Marte. Marte, thank you. Thank you. Guys, I want you to pay attention to what Marte just did. All right, guys, here. I had to give him a round of applause. Guys, never let someone just machine gun questions or claims at you. Say, oh, hold on. We need to go claim by claim, okay? Because oftentimes they'll do like 17 or 18 of them, and when you miss one, they'll be like, see, and think that that's a win.
Yeah,
And he's really good at doing this, at shutting people down, doing this. Kevin Samuels did this. Marte does this. Guys, you need, and that it's a control thing. If I'm like, hey, Marte, this, I'm trying to do a power play on him. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's hard to defend against like 15 different things, and you have to remember all 6 things that they've asked you, and it's hard for people to do that. So if you go point by point, it's easier for them to engage. The audience can be engaged too, and also it's meant to throw you off. It's a really cheap, dirty tactic that these liberals use all the time. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Because you're going up to number 2. Okay.
Oh, I thought
Yeah, you wanna
we were
give it-
doing like a 5-minute rebuttal thing, but yeah, you can kick them one at a time.
Yeah, we'll do a 5-minute back and forth kind of just clarification. So just do one claim at a time. That way we can kind of get to the debate a little bit faster, hopefully.
Yeah, we'll start with the first one.
Okay, cool. When it comes to Marxist ideologies, like I can even point to BLM. Now, this could be a subset of Black culture. And yes, BLM did assimilate to a part of Black culture because by namesake, Black Lives Matter. In essence, the leader of this group, one of them.
Do you mind if I interrupt you really fast?
Yeah, go ahead.
Are we talking about the organization or the movement?
We can say the organization and the movement.
Why would we talk about the organization?
Well, when it came to the organization, the person, she identified as a Marxist. So we talk about this.
Is that identifiably a way we can say all Black culture right now?
Hold on.
Wait. He asked for a leader. Guys, hold on. I want you to type beta every time that this guy gets caught. All right, guys, I want you to type beta in this chat if you agree he got there because he asked Marte what a leader was. Right, name a Black leader. Right, and Marte named one, and now all of a sudden he started worse than I do.
Move from one thing and explain to the next and build a bridge, right? You have to let me finish. So when it came time for this person, she came out and identified herself as this. By extension, and when I say by extension, I can explain this. There were motives involved in this, in robbery, basically in broad daylight, her taking all this money, alluded to mansions being bought, things like this. Basically, all
in white communities, right?
Was just a stripping away of Black culture. The money was supposed to be spent towards Blacks and incentivizing Blacks to kind of like rebuild something. Now, I point
again. I'm going to interrupt you. I'm sorry. I'm going to interrupt you. The movement and the organization are vastly different things.
This was the organization.
The lie detector determined that was a lie.
Calling a corrupt person. I know the movement though is much bigger than the organization.
No, wait, I'm talking about the organization.
A leader.
I'm talking about the organization.
Why are we talking about that though?
Because
why are we talking about one corrupt
organization. Is
that
she
doesn't
not
represent all Black people?
Is she not a part of the conglomerate of Black Lives Matter?
She's Black.
Was she not identified as part?
Oh my gosh, you guys, see, this is why I can't do this.
He's trying, and I'm holding his feet to the fire because he said organization. He didn't say community or anything.
No, he said a leader. Name a Black leader.
Yeah.
That is a Marxist, and you named the leader of Black Lives Matter, who was a Black leader. That's it.
But you notice he tried to move it to organization, and now he wants to move away from organization because that's not working for him.
Exactly. Yes.
Part of this movement.
Again, she did identify as part of the movement.
Did she not have a
Black Lives
position in
Matter
this movement?
was much bigger than
Did
her
she
organization.
have a position in the movement as well too?
Yeah, in the organization.
Okay, so let me continue on with this.
Cooked.
So the thing with this
does a position mean you can now talk monolithically about all of Black people inside of this
talking
movement?
over me mean that you're ever going to get your answer if you don't let me give you my answer. You gotta call these guys on their bullshit while they're doing this in real time. Otherwise, they'll never learn. Yeah.
City boy. Let's go. He's cooking them, you guys.
I just feel like it's necessary for me to interrupt you here so we don't just gish gallop.
I'm not going to gish gallop. I'm heading straight towards what I'm talking about, but I'll never get there if you
Does one position mean that you can monolithically represent the entire Black community?
Sarkar, I had 2 words in and he came in. How will you ever know absent me getting to the 5th word?
I do interrupt you.
This is why, guys, you just go here. I'm going to shut up and you tell me when to talk. And you just sit there. And then they look like an absolute clown. Like,
yeah.
Are you done?
That'll work too. Yep.
Are you done? Are you done? Are you done?
When I feel like they're wasting my time.
Oh, you feel after 2 words, your car. You have to let me finish answering your question to determine whether or not I'm going to gish gallop or not. You can't decide this whether 2 words in. Nobody can do this unless you're clairvoyant or something like that.
I'm not clairvoyant, but
right. Okay. You concede on that. Good. 1 minute concessions to come. So anyways, back to this. What I'm saying though, Sarkar, is going on to this, like I'm going to make this really concise and simple and plain for you. This person was one of many who represented the Black movement as it was to the organization. I'm talking about the organization. You want to talk about the movement. I'm talking about specifically just the organization. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump from this to that real quick and make it simple so we can move on with this and get past this. She was a Marxist. She robbed the community. And what happens is that's a reflection on the community in itself, because if you look down below that, highest crime rates, everything else, everybody's been following suit. This is a trend. It's not an isolated incident. This is a pattern in the Black community that keeps happening. That's why
And Marta is correct, guys. I want you to put a 1 if you agree. How many times have we seen these Black credit gurus, these Black mayors in Baltimore and Detroit, New Orleans, these council members, all of them robbing people blind, right? Right, guys?
Yep.
How many times? It's almost like every other week we see some dunderheaded beat up, a Black judge, right? And it's always other Black people who are getting cooked too.
It's funny, he has no argument against this. Highest crime rates, highest baby deletion rates, highest divorce rates. Yeah. There's nothing he has to say up against this at all.
Not at all.
Did that out. That's the whole premise.
Do you mind if I interrupt you now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So how exactly was she Marxist? If the Black community is going to represent and follow suit like
Are you serious?
She said she was.
It's on their website.
She said she was too.
Hey, Lenny, thanks for the $10, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciate that. Guys, make ssure to go over to Marte's channel and drop him a sub, man.
You are scaring the hoes.
You said, what Marxist ideals and what is she appealing to?
She said she was a Marxist. So if I tell you I identify as this, and I identify with the ideological belief system of this, which she has, how can I not? She's not a Marxist.
Now, who is she appealing to? How are these Black people essentially going, I'm a Marxist too, following suit? What exactly is the ideology here? Where is she pulling from?
She's pulling from Marx.
How dumbfounded Marte.
Yeah, I know. This was ridiculous. Marx. She cited this in her claims in the past. She cited Marx in the past. And also she said that this was a part of her belief system. That's all I need to prove. Moving forward with this moves off from the prompt, actually. That's all I wanted to say. Now we can get back to the real argument of the prompt.
That was actually our 5 minutes for the rebuttal on Circa's part. So let me pull it back real quick. We didn't get many clarifications there. We just kind of got one through. How many do you have, Circa?
I have 4.
Talk so slow. Marte, I want to know why you don't agree that Glocktavia aborts her children. It's like, dude.
Oh, crazy, right? I mean, if you're cool with going to maybe like 2 minutes.
I mean, guys, I can't talk here. I have a speech impediment, but hey, it is what it is, you know.
I don't mind. I'm a good sport.
Yeah,
let's do it.
I'll give you guys both a couple of more minutes to try to get through it, and I'll go ahead and start it back up on your voice, Circa.
Okay. So my other intention was you did mention incorrectly that Black people.
Yeah. Lenny's right. You see this, guys? He's the worst moderators ever. Marte is doing their job. Yeah, facts. That's true.
Yeah, I had to regulate the conversation and control the most. Yeah, he's right about that. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah.
This is why, guys, I can't be a debater. I just can't. I don't have this patience. I just don't. I watch Andrew Wilson and Marte and Jake Rattlesnake and Rachel Wilson. I just don't. I don't have the patience for it. I don't. You know, there's a couple panels. I was on Devil's Advocates panel, and this one guy calls in, and I just cussed him out one time, and people were like, "Oh, you're crashing out." It's like, bro, you're being disrespectful to the host, to me, and the rest of the panel. I'm the bad guy for cussing you out. That's what kind of crazy world do we live in? You know,
they came over from the transatlantic slave trade, right? They were creolized. They were essentially remade into something new. The entire cultures were destroyed. But
it's called an ethnogenesis. And guys, that's not necessarily a bad thing. That's the one thing that liberals don't understand. All right. No one says this about Jamaicans. No one says this about Haitians. No one says this about Dominicans. No one says this about Puerto Ricans or Brazilians who went through the same stuff that we did here.
You know, it's funny, a little bit of insight. My grandfather was a Black Panther and participated in NAACP, yet he never told us to have a victim narrative, just to get educated and to excel as much as possible. And that's why I have the beliefs I have right now from him. Yeah. It's crazy, but he'll tell you I'm wrong about this. It's nonsense.
Yeah. And the thing is, who is he to do this? I'm just wondering why he's doing this. Like, does he have like a black girlfriend, or is there some like big BW he's trying to smash to get points with, or what? Like, why is he doing this?
Aware that this has happened after the transatlantic slave trade brought people over. In fact, it's happened several times. Black culture in the U.S. has been destroyed over and over again, many times. Are you aware of that?
Oops.
Yep, he just debunked his whole argument right there. He contradicted his whole argument right there. Hey, why should you destroy black culture? Oh, black culture has been destroyed several times anyway. So what?
Yeah. Dang, he stepped in it now.
Yeah, I agree.
Hot Adventure says his girlfriend probably has a black child.
Oh, he's mad. He's big mad.
Well.
I guarantee that's the case.
So if black culture has been destroyed and it's not the original culture, what have we to lose if we destroy it and replace it with something more optimal? Yeah, that's a wrap.
That was a mic drop right there. When I heard it, that was a mic drop.
Yeah, that was a wrap. That was it right there. Yeah, it's a wrap.
It's over.
Yeah, the debate was over right then. That was it. Like, there's no argument he had for the rest of the time we had. It was just a wrap from there.
And guys, so MS Best did make a good point. Why is he using the term creolized? Creole is in Louisiana. Is the French influenced down there?
Yeah.
You know
why that's why I ignored it when he brought it up. I didn't even respond to it. I just moved on from that because it was stupid. Yeah.
Because guys, whites have been through an ethnogenesis over here too. That's why we call you guys white Americans and not European Americans. You know what I'm saying? That's why Marte and I in secret, we're black Americans and not African Americans. People who have immigrated from Africa, who are ethnically tied to Africa, are African Americans. In the same way that there's Afro-Brazilians. You know what I'm saying? Or you could even call us Afro-Americans. You know what I'm saying? And the same way that there's Afro-Brazilians or Afro-Cubans. But I prefer the term black. So.
No, we'll get to that. I just wanted to know if you were aware of it. Okay?
Yeah,
it is important. Now,
good.
The creolization, okay? You want to destroy it or replace black culture, right? You want to essentially do something similar there?
Let me clarify this for you real quick. Current black culture in its current iteration in 2026 in America.
It's trash.
That black culture, yes.
Okay, do you think it developed independently from the history of what it had to essentially, like the trials and tribulations?
Just see this. Forgive the darkies. They know not what they do. It's the white man. It's the systems. It's the this. It's the that. It's the slavery. Right? This right here is the ultimate problem with white liberals. Okay?
Yeah, they want us to forever have a victim card. That's bad.
They're trying to say math is racist. They're trying to say that black kids being on time to class is white supremacy. They're trying to say black kids sitting still in class is white supremacy. So why is it that Chin Woo and Jorge, right, and Inderjeet got to show up to class on time and sit still, but little Jamal can't be expected to do the same thing? Isn't that nuts? How are you supposed to raise a group of people to actually be productive parts of society if they're not held to the same standards as everyone else?
Do you think it developed independently, or do you think there's like a connection between Black culture and a long history of chattel slavery, Reconstruction era, post chattel slavery, more debt peonage, debt servitude? Do you think that has an effect or some sort of driving factor into Black culture? Or do you think it's just developed independently?
I'll actually concede on your point when we talk about chattel slavery, redlining, and all kinds of other things. You're talking about the crack epidemic and the
redlining is not even close to chattel slavery.
Oh,
but
no. I'm just saying, in a nutshell.
Hold on. Per his narrative, systematic racism, slavery, and redlining is kind of the same. Now,
yeah.
Marte and I in secret would say that it's not the same, right? Obviously, yeah. But they're trying to have some long victimhood narrative of blacks were just as oppressed under Jim Crow as you were when we were enslaved. And you guys know who's like the most anti this is my mom, who was raised in the Jim Crow South. My mom has the most anti victimhood mindset. And guys, all these people who go, well, Orange Man's back in office, so we're in Jim Crow. My mom laughs at them. She's like, you don't know what you're talking about. Mm-hmm. You know, because she's been there. She knows what happened. Her second oldest uncle was in a sundown town after sundown, and they cut him out of a tree and he lived. You know? So she's seen it, you know? And these people, they hyperbolically talk about the United States as if we're somehow still in the Jim Crow times, and we're not.
A lot has been a contributing factor towards the culture as it is now.
So you don't think it developed?
Yes, I want you to type in this chat what you think are some contributing factors to Black culture being trash. You know, let's see if we can get them all in the chat
independently, like in a vacuum, right?
I think that a lot of moving parts were integral into this. I think that there were some independent parts as well too.
That's good. I'm glad you agree there. Now the last one,
big piece. Yes,
you mentioned blacks who immigrate to the U.S., but don't they just contribute to Black culture as well?
No.
Is this something that needs?
No. Their kids might, and their grandkids might. But guys, C-Grip. Who else is Black? Keyshawn, Dante. Anyone else Black in the chat? You and I, sound off. We know damn well that black immigrants will let us know damn well that they're not part of.
Well, I'm not Black. Me no Black. Me.
Yeah, I am not Black. Me, I'm Dominican.
I'm Somali. I'm the Jew.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you guys know damn well. So now their kids and their kids' will identify with being more Black American. But it's funny because the second generation, they'll jump in and out when it's convenient. You know what I'm saying? But the third generation tend to just be Black. You know what I'm saying?
Be destroyed as well?
No, what you're talking about, you're actually, there's a little bit of overlap, but you're conflating the two. We're talking about U.S.
Inflating race and ethnicity, you dumbass.
American Black culture, and I actually stated in my opening statement.
There you go. Now he's cooked. What did Marte say there, guys? He said American Black. See, this idiot here doesn't understand the concept of delineation of ethnicity. He doesn't understand, right? This would be like saying that that Lenny is the same as some frog-eating Frenchman who immigrated here from France. That's not the same thing. You know what I'm saying?
That the blacks coming here from Nigeria and other countries look at us as lazy. They
like
look
Jamaica,
at us as uncouth. Yeah, and I can go on. Yeah.
Okay, but doesn't that contribute to overall Black culture in the U.S.?
No.
Actually, they don't want to adapt to our culture. Hence,
someone who immigrates from Nigeria doesn't contribute to U.S. Black culture?
No.
There's always going to be white. Look, every culture contributes to Black. White people contribute to Black culture. Every culture contributes to each other. There's going to be overlap. I agree with you. Yeah, I'll concede that too.
And that brings us to the end of that. That actually went over a little bit, so I'll give Marte. We're about 7.5 minutes is what you got for rebuttal time there. So I'll go ahead and get that set. Give me just a second. And I'll start whenever you're ready, buddy.
Yeah, so Sarkar, I've got a couple of questions. You've said in your statement to me, in your question to me, in your analysis of my, the way that I worded this and opened it up, stating that Black culture has been destroyed several times. I agree with you wholeheartedly. We're on the same front when it comes to this. Let's say Black culture does get destroyed again, but we find something more optimal, i.e. something like a culture from Nigeria, which actually melds us with our roots, something from Botswana, Africa, something like that. And we actually have a propagandization and we do away with the current culture as it is. What would be the negative if this should happen through propagandization?
He's cooked. He's cooked.
Well, for one, there's no guarantee.
Oh, here we go.
Would be,
No guarantee. Okay, so why try? It's like,
guys, listen to this guy.
Beta female.
Hey, guys, Marte, Secret. Which of the sexes usually wants a guarantee? Is delusional enough to think that there's such a thing as a guarantee?
Women.
Thank you very much. Is that not one of the most effeminate ways to think? Is to want a guarantee. Men understand that everything in life is a risk, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Everything in life is a risk. Man, this guy needs to stop drinking so much soy milk, man.
what you want exactly, because it's something that happens over time, right? Culture by definition is something that is an evolution, right? I don't think it's that simple. I feel like what you're advocating for here is lazy and doesn't really try to engage with the ideas of Black culture, which honestly, there's a lot in Black culture that is positive.
Inferno says all groups get infiltrated to ruin and discredit them. Yes, but it doesn't work on all groups.
Hey, AJ, I'm going to leave and I'm going to reconnect because my chat can't hear me, and I'll just do it directly through your stream, okay? Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back.
Yep. No problem. But yeah, so guys, Asians, they've been trying to infiltrate Asians and small hats for years. How has that affected them, right? You know what I'm saying? How has that affected them? How? So it's possible, guys, to just, circle the wagons and just not let anyone affect your community. So
I think in your opening, you did mention to me that you want me to try and give some. I mean, I can. There's quite a few.
Yeah, name
culture
positive things in Black culture.
Here we go. He's going to say basketball and rap music.
Yep. Sure. I mean, as
go.
it relates to, again, Black history, we're going to have
that's history. They're two are not mutually exclusive, but go ahead.
I was just prefacing it wasn't that important.
It's fine.
But things like worship, churches in particular, in Black culture are not just like a church that you would go to on a Sunday. They are literal worship sites in U.S. Black culture. They became safe havens. They became schools. They became meetings.
He's still talking about history. Marte asked him, name something positive right now in our history. In our culture.
Mm-hmm.
And guys, I need you guys put a yes or a no. Do you agree that, do you think that the Black church is a good influence on Black people or society as a whole? Yes or no?
No.
Marte? Yes or no?
I think right now it's just, I've brought up the trope of the pastor driving up to the church with a Rolls Royce while you have congregants starving in the church at the same time. Do you think that this business model is good for the main Black community that we have for majority Christianity in the West?
Yep.
It's not. How's that going for us right now?
Yeah, pastor pork chop doing backflips, in the pulpit. Yeah. And he's either banging all the chicks in the church, right? You know what I'm saying? Just laying it in.
Yeah.
With all the chicks. Yeah. Or he's banging the zesty choir director,
Places. I think that is a strong, if you are a Christian or you care about the church.
Look at Marte's face.
That is a strong positive thing in Black culture. You disagree?
Yeah, I wholeheartedly disagree with Western Christianity as it was.
He said, I wholeheartedly disagree.
And I'm a Christian. Any church. I'm a Christian saying this, so we have to be honest here. We can't sugarcoat the truth.
Yeah.
You know, so.
Guys, here, I'm going to run hour 14 in, guys. I'll drop the link. Guys, if you want to join, please have a headset. No background noise. You know what I'm saying? No swearing, and code your language. And guys, once again, code your language. Guys, we can do more topics like this, but guys, you got to play by the rules. And then also, guys, remember, hit the like button. Go follow Marte's channel, please. Yeah,
also,
guys.
last thing, if you guys donate a super chat, it bumps your testosterone up 10% and you're less of a beta. I can't support this scientific facts, but I swear it's true somewhere. So, where a pastor has a Rolls Royce where his congregants are starving, like that's predominantly what happens. Church is more of a business than a religion in the West when it comes to black culture. We can see this. You look at your many prominent black preachers that have
Creflo Dollar. The dude calls himself Creflo Dollar.
On the suits that cost more than.
Can I interrupt again?
Times. Go ahead.
How many black church leaders do you know throughout U.S. history owned fucking Rolls Royces?
A lot of them. I would say the majority of them. Guys, my mom's church back when in rural Alabama, they used to make sure that their pastor got a new Cadillac every 2 years. So they were a small town of black farmers, but pastor had to have a new Cadillac because that showed that the congregation was doing good.
Right. So the church has modeled its business after materialism, except for spirituality and religion. We've gone so far away from this that we're a Nike culture that's now into a religion where it's like what you have instead of who you are. So it's not the same in the West.
Facts. Yep.
We're talking about 2026 culture. We're not talking about history. Mainly, let's go back to the prompt and talk about the cultural narratives.
History,
of black culture now.
Culture by definition, Martin.
Let's look at that. I need to get this clip because I was trying to play this every time Marte cooked.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
Yeah, but I didn't get the clip. I'll have it next time, bro. I'll have it next time. But every time that you were cooking, I was gonna play that clip. You know, so
culture by definition. If you look up the word, I want you to do it right now if you want. But
we're going
to tell me what it means.
Let's make a distinction between the
culture
two.
Is a snapshot of the historical elements of a.
Yes, meaning the current state of those things, not how they were. God, he just cooked himself again.
Yeah, he did.
Is this guy just too stupid to understand that he's losing? Like, what he's too stupid to understand that he's debating something he knows nothing about. Guys, okay, here's the thing. The only reason why I would debate in pro of white culture is because white culture is the predominant culture, right? So being a minority, you have to learn about white culture. And guys, that's not a bad thing. Because if I lived in China, I'd have to learn about Chinese culture.
Right? Yep.
You know what I'm saying? But he doesn't know anything about black culture. So what is he doing even debating this? Think like the audacity, the idiocy that he thinks that he can somehow have some type of, and I'm not trying to say that you have to be such thing to debate such thing, but I can tell that he didn't prepare, right? He didn't even know how to prepare for this.
In this debate
so if you want to get rid of history,
in this
you are
debate
doing
for the
something
prompt,
wrong.
Culture is a pattern of behavior, belief systems, and also not only this, but things that we have that are cyclical in society that we accept. And that's the form of acceptance is what we have as a cyclical.
Correct. Now, where are the cyclical Rolls Royces for black worshipers and black parish leaders?
Everywhere.
Culture changes from time to time in history, does it not? Why would I go ahead and go back to history in reference to 2026 when I'm talking about now?
Because it didn't just pop into existence in 2026, man.
Correct. Well, the culture that I'm having destroyed isn't the culture of yesteryear. That's the culture of 2026 today. i.e. the
Okay, so that is an important part of this. I need you to tell me exactly what black culture you want to get rid of. And if it starts to look so narrow that it's just, a pathological crime, things I don't like idea, then it's not going to be good enough.
How is crime things you don't like?
Right. That's so
What is he talking about? What is he?
Some people are really fucking stupid.
And here's the thing. You guys know he doesn't live around Nug Nug. He doesn't live around an area where his house and his cars and his mall are getting broken into and destroyed. Crime is an actual tangible thing that nobody likes crime. Nobody. Well, Nug Nug does, obviously.
So I asked him this question. Even I'll ask you or anybody else on the panel right now. If we destroyed black culture as a whole, the current iteration 2026, what good would we lose versus the bad that we would lose? Would it be a total loss?
No.
Right.
I don't
Could we possibly, if we do this, we create a void that can be replaced, that can be empty, so that something else better can fill it, right?
Yeah.
And that's my argument.
Yeah.
He doesn't. He's getting destroyed in this argument.
We are better off just, taking the game of life and throwing the board over and starting over from scratch at this point.
Correct.
Guys, I guarantee there's got to be class and social economic delineation if we did such a thing. And that, I think that's the ultimate solution, is people like Secret, Marte, myself, Keyshawn, Dante, Memphis, Rejai. Guys, I don't know these idiots. You know what I'm saying? I don't know Nug Nug. I don't know. I ain't dealing with them. I told you guys once before, when I bought my house, I drove around multiple times in a week to make sure that the majority of the people around here did not look like me. I'm dead ass serious. My neighborhood is quiet. It's predictable.
Well, that's the thing, though. I'll say this right now. So if you look at black communities, look at the poorest black community. As soon as somebody gets into the league or they win the lottery or something like that, what do? The first thing they do is they leave that community. Yeah. They abandon it. That's the first thing they do. It's universal. Yeah.
Well, what does everyone else do? Man, you forgot who you came from, man. Meaning everyone's trying to get a friggin' handout. You know what I'm saying? And that's what Anton Daniels had to deal with. Anton started out on the PEEF and was doing all these black panels, all this foolishness, and then he realized that they were holding him back. And then he left he left them and did his own stuff, right? And now he has one channel with like 1 point something million subs and another one with like 400,000 subs. Now he still employs black people. He still does this stuff, but he realized that he has to kind of leave a certain element behind. You know what I'm saying? Guys, to me, the best thing that you can do if you want to represent any group is be the most successful version of yourself that you can be.
Well, the problem with the black culture that needs to be changed too is the more educated I become, they'll say, oh, you're talking white. And if I say something bad about the black community, I get called a coon. You see how this crabs in a bucket mentality keeps us all down and keeps us in a box? They don't want you moving on or progressing, because if you start doing this, you have a shame culture that keeps the same cycle happening over and over again, which is bad.
Guys, this happened to me. It happened to my dad, who's a doctor. It happened to my nephew, he's 20. So there's 3 generations of us who all were othered by the fact that we were successful, right? And what I'm saying is, until we can equate success with being black, because back when my mom was young, or when my grandma was young, we didn't do this. There was a black success and excellence pushed, which is why you see all these organizations, these HBCUs, all stuff that still run today, were established back then. We said, hey, they're not letting us into the white schools. We're going to make our own, right? They're not going to let us into the white whatever. We're going to make our own. But somehow that's got lost. And that's why I say integration was the best, worst thing to happen to us. Because the brain drain that left the black community. Look at baseball. The black baseball leagues were the best leagues. We're the best athletes, and they were owned by black millionaires. You don't think that white baseball wasn't itching to actually have baseball integrated the moment that they saw that there was other Jackie Robinsons out there, and then baseball exploded because the level of the game went through the roof as black athletes came into the game. You know what else is really crazy? Secret Marte Isaac. Have you noticed where are the black American baseball players? Where's our current Darryl Strawberry? Where's our current King Griffey? Where's our current Kirby Puckett? It's because they decided to go around our community and go to the DR in Cuba because they can pay those guys less. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And that's why you don't see as many prominent black American baseball players anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, Aaron Judge, I think he's mulatto. He's mixed race. You know what I'm saying? But he still counts. We'll take him, you know. But yeah, this guy is getting cooked. So
no, these aren't things that I don't like. I'm talking about things that are detrimental to society, i.e., I'll bring up a couple things. Blacks make up 13% of the population, yet considering the fact that they contribute to 40% of the crimes which lead in the nation, is that a preference thing? That's not an I don't like thing. Was that detrimental to society?
And guys, this statistic, you can argue it any way you want. Okay, let's just grant every single causation of why this is such a thing. It's still a thing. Okay, I can grant that, you know, it's systematic racism and over policing and all this other stuff. My nephew, he was like, Uncle AJ, you know, the cops do this and this and this and that. I said, I'll grant you all that. I said, but don't give them a reason. Guys, how many times have I covered body cam footage of Glocktavia talking mess to these cops? Guys, if you honestly believe that the cops are all, white sheets dudes wearing uniforms, why would you give them any reason? Why would you not treat them like they're a rabid dog or a bear or a rattlesnake? You don't antagonize said thing. Isaac, how you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing great, man. I'm just glad to be here and celebrating Marte's new was it 5K? You have 5K.
Yeah. He's doing it to it, man. Look, I'm petty, Marte, but there's some people who hate on you, and you've got more subs in the last 5 months than they've got in like 7 years on the internet.
Yeah, I just shot up like 300 today, so it's actually beyond 5,300 now. It's probably going to be it's probably going to be 6 by Friday. So yeah, it's booming.
So you know, I'm not trying. Look, Marte might be above the pettiness, but there's just some people out there who talk bad about him. And guys, no. But it's once again, this shows if people can tell who's authentic, who has a good heart, who has good intentions, and those are the channels that grow. Then the channels that thrive on drama, that thrive on just pointless talk and mess. They're the ones that are never going to grow and will actually lose subscribers. But Isaac, you were saying?
No, I'm just happy to be here and celebrate this, man. And I got to tell you, there's a question I posed at the end of this. I hope you guys get to this, and I'm still wondering. I do want to know what Marte's grandfather thinks.
My grandfather would say that, today's culture of black men is bastardized now. We've accepted things that we shouldn't have accepted. These would be maybe things like handouts, the fact that we're accepting women that are too masculine in today's culture as black women are. And then not to mention this, but we're accepting too much. It's the fact that we've allowed feminism amongst liberals to infiltrate the black community and warp this along with Marxism and whatnot. It's the fact that we need to eradicate black culture as a whole and start over again. What do we need to do? If we have an exterminator come in your house, the bomb kills everything, right? Yeah. Kills everything. It doesn't matter if there's good bugs or bad bugs. We need to start all over again and start off with something more optimal. But nobody seems to want to do this, let alone Sirkar. He's got a bad, terrible argument here.
Houghton Adventure says black people are right about the cops. Because I say this, guys. I'm not anti-cop. I'm pro good cop, anti bad cop. The police are necessary, but they're not your friends. They're not your friends. And guys, if they knock on your door at 3 a.m., they're not there to have beers. If you guys find yourself at a police station, you don't know why, or even if you do know why, keep your mouth shut. And guys, it's not a race thing. It's a social economic thing. Because wherever there's no blacks, guys, who do the cops mess with next? The trailer trash. They mess with the poor whites. You understand? So whoever is the lowest socioeconomic class, the easiest people that they think that they can prey on, right? Because think of this, there aren't blacks, and I'm from Washington State. Guys, outside of Seattle, Tacoma, Fort Lewis, Olympia, there's no blacks there. So if you're out in Tenino, Aberdeen, Squim, who do you think the cops mess with? You think it's kumbaya? No. They go to the trailer parks, right? And they kick in the doors. So yes, I agree. Isaac, you were saying.
I was just going to kind of dovetail off of what Marte was saying. When it comes to Sekar, it's funny that he has his own synopsis on what black culture is, but there's a black guy telling him about it. He doesn't accept it. And then he goes, well, you can't speak for black culture. And then I ask for an opinion of someone who's been blacker, who's been blacker for a longer period of time, Marte's grandfather, for an antidote. And he goes, oh, we can't accept that. He doesn't speak for all black people. Well, apparently Sekar will speak for them, but God forbid an individual will talk about his own community that he's a part of.
Yeah, that's true.
Facts. Yeah, that's true. Good point.
Yeah, that is a great point, Isaac. There you go, man. City boy.
Do you think criminality of black people popped into existence in 2026?
Cultures change from time to time. In 2026,
that is being socially encouraged. It's being perpetuated by social media, by music, by movies, by pop culture, by the bastard kids and their friggin' single moms. Every single facet, even in the church, the fact that you go to these churches now and there's nothing but single moms. They have a hand in it too.
His claim that is what's happening now.
Can you answer the question?
He just did.
No.
Do you think the criminality of black people, the criminality of black people in particular, has a long history after the Reconstruction era? Do you think that matters at all in this?
No, because we didn't used to be this way. This is what he's not understanding, and this shows how misinformed he is, guys. My mother's generation, most of them, they didn't even lock their doors, even in the 70s. The average black person in Detroit, in LA, in New York, guys, they didn't even lock their doors. Everyone knew each other. Everyone was married. They had children. They were employed, you know?
I'm not going to excuse. I'm taking on accountability. I don't like making excuses and doing victimhood shit for people who do bad things. But
look, I'll even concede. Before the 1950s, we had more nuclear families and everything else in society. Do I want that destroyed? This is the argument you're making. Should we destroy that too? No, we shouldn't destroy that. Well, no, I'm also adding that onto the argument to explain this a little bit better, because I'm not talking about destroying historical narratives or doing anything revisionist when it comes to history. I'm talking about 2026, where we've arrived here. This iteration of black culture, 2026, the prompt is right now. That's what
Marte, you strike me as someone who's never read anything about this in your life.
Okay.
What?
It's so stupid.
Bro, so hold on. So, AJ, so should we get a time machine and go back in history and destroy this? You see how stupid this is? This is the dumbest shit.
What do you need to read about? You are black.
Right.
You are black. What is he talking about? And guys, I have my one friend's girlfriend, because guys, if you guys couldn't tell, I'm very, very socially fiscally conservative. Okay, I love me some capitalism, right? And she's like, well, because my mindset didn't fit what she read about in her African American studies class. Well, you got to understand about the black experience. Like, I am black, you dunce. It doesn't matter what my experience is. I'm black and you're not. What are you talking about?
Ira Berlin is?
Oh yeah, sorry guys. Guys, the race card isn't out. What am I doing?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So, or like Peter, Daniel Peter, any of these people? Do they ring a bell?
Let's say I don't. Can you tell me the relevance right now?
Yeah, I'd be like, have you read Thomas Sowell? Oops. Have you read Thomas Sowell?
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I need to get this for next time.
Well, that's the thing, though. It's like everything that he's saying right now, even if I grant this, none of this helps his argument at all.
Yeah.
Like it has nothing to do with the relevancy of this argument. So I grant him this. I said, let's say I don't. Let's say I don't, educate me. Okay. And then I asked him, what does this have to do with the argument? Doesn't tell me what it has to do with the argument. It's so stupid.
Guys, here's the thing. This guy is all theory and he has no real world experience. This is the same thing Kevin Samuels used to say to all these college chicks that were like, Kevin, you think about me than you are, and using all these academic woke terms. And Kevin's like, when was the last time you went out on a date? He's like, so this is all theory to you. You don't know what you're talking about. You can read all the books you want, but to us, I can read all the books on kickboxing that I want, right? But I'm not going to learn how to fight unless I actually get in there and spar and practice techniques and hit mitts and kick pads. You know what I'm saying? Ah, Christ. It's Locke the Bounty Hunter.
Oh, man. How did I get here?
And guys, over here, I don't care. White, black, Asian, guys, facts are facts. Anyone can take part in any conversations about any groups over here. That's just the way it is over here, right? You know what I'm saying? So all these people, my God, you can't talk about black people, and you're Asian. You can't talk about gays. What are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? Locke, what's up?
What's going on? No, I'm part of a marginalized group. I'm a half ginger. Thank you very much.
He said he's half ginger.
Am I wrong?
Hey, according to a TikTok, you gingers are officially black.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. You guys didn't hear that? You guys are black, so
yeah. So checkmate, pal.
Because Marte, you're essentially telling me that you don't like the criminality of what black communities absolutely and factually do at higher rates right now in 2026. But just not that long ago, if I'm not mistaken, we just agreed that black culture did not develop independently. Now, after the Reconstruction era, there's a lot of...
What is he talking about? Guys, I think, put a 1 if you think that he knows he's lost. He's just trying to talk until he thinks that he can come up with another strategy. You know what I'm saying? Guys, Marte ended this debate twice now. Twice. Not once, but twice. He cooked him, and now he's been on the ropes ever since.
Historical writing on this from black people to white people, because history is something that we can look back on and analyze, right? Both of the people I just mentioned are historical writers. Ira Berlin is famous for writing Many Thousands Gone.
Apparently not, because we haven't heard of him, right? And we all read over here, not famous enough.
As well as what are they called?
Chat GPT is not working for you, is it? You moron. Shit.
Senator Carr,
about the American migrations. I'm sorry, what?
I'm waiting for the point, though. What are you getting at? Can you summarize this a little bit for me?
Criminality in black communities.
That's all he has. You guys hear him tap dancing? Stop.
I'll ask you a question real quick. Maybe you can answer. Maybe anybody on the panel can answer this. If we deleted and obliterated black culture from the face of the earth right now, what would be the negative changes to society that we would see? I'll wait.
I don't see anything.
I can't see
Wouldn't
anything.
have the hippity hop.
Like I said, what would be ramifications that we would see? Right.
I wouldn't even go that far, guys. I would honestly say this: we could Thanos snap 97% of all of the American B-dubs away. I'm telling you guys, the world would be a better place. Now, guys, once again, there's a distinction between black women and B-dubs. Okay, B-dubs are Glocktavia and Sharkeisha and all of them. Because, guys, we don't need them. If all of us successful, ambitious black men married out and dated out, guys, we would have black kids. Black men to keep the black race going. That's just how it works. You know what I'm saying? But guys, we know that 54% of black men are single and childless. Hold on. 34% are married. Sorry, 51% are single and childless. 34% are married. That means that the remaining, 16% of black men are responsible for all the bastard kids, right? That means that all these chicks are all getting pregnant by this
Pull
guy.
out game, mate. Pull out game, man. I just don't pull out, bitch. For you motherfuckers that want to know, I don't pull out. It ain't weak, motherfucker. I don't pull out.
Crazy.
That's insane. He has 30 kids by like 7, 8, 9 women. What are we supposed to do with that? We got 16% of us that are reckless, but you got 70% of women all sleeping with all those dudes. So, guys, what I'm saying is, if we were to, once again, who are the first, what's it called? Teachers of culture to the children.
Their mothers.
Thank you very much. And guys, I believe that most of these B-dubs, they're just beyond hope.
Oh yeah,
they're beyond hope. And guys, my older sister, she was raised 2-parent home. Both my parents, my dad, he's a doctor. My mom's an occupational therapist. There's no reason why she should have been a 48-year-old single mom. No reason. The culture destroyed her. Now she's 48. She's single AF, crying in a box of wine, and she's cooked. What are we supposed to do with that? Except what Marte says and just destroy the whole culture. So
is something that has a historical evolution to it after the Reconstruction period. So things like debt peonage and debt servitude, local law, and post-emancipation continuity.
But we didn't have the same crime and the same degeneracy back then.
Heavily contributed to this. So what I want to ask you is it really black culture that was just progressed in a natural way, or is this something that was creolized once again?
So hold on.
Into black communities as a way of still enslaving them after chattel slavery was outlawed.
So I'll answer your question with a scenario. Let's say you have somebody that's a killer and they go ahead and kill somebody, and we're talking about motives now and how this came about. Let's say this person found out that his wife was sleeping with somebody, and that's why this person's dead in his bedroom. Now, let's revise this history and say that that person had a heart attack after seeing a scary husband come in and he just happened to have a stroke. He didn't kill him, but the ending is still the same. The fact that I don't like the ending and the fact that we can prevent this death happening, I think that's ultimately the thing that we're talking about now. You're talking about.
Are you trying to talk about culture right now, or are you trying to talk about some individual single crime? This
isn't a singular thing that's happening. This is such a pattern that has become a widespread epidemic. As a matter of fact, hold on, let me say this real quick.
There's a widespread epidemic of black men killing people because they slept with their wives.
15 seconds real quick, Sirkar. We had more deaths in the last month than we've had in Iran. This tells you it's a problem when Iran is safer than Chicago and Atlanta. That's a massive problem.
I'm not saying you're wrong about the black violence.
Dang, Marte is cooking.
Yeah, that was deep.
He's cooking.
Oh yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah, Iran is safer than the black community in Chicago and Atlanta right now with the deaths. There's more deaths than the military personnel we've had in Iran. That tells you a whole lot. Crazy.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
You should save that. That's actually a good one. I like
I'm
that.
going to. I meant to actually get it today so I can play it. You know what I'm saying? But it's all good.
It's existing. That's not the issue here.
Okay, then tell me what the issue is.
The issue here is that you think it just came up out of nowhere because black people are just naturally.
Did he say that once?
What?
Did he say that once, guys?
This is crazy.
So,
Come
no,
on.
This is one thing that these wannabe smart people do. They try to look impressive by using multiple syllable words because, you know, multiple syllables, the more syllables you got, the smarter the word, apparently.
Anti-disestablishmentarianism.
Yeah, exactly. Then, once they realize that their big words don't help, they shove words in the mouth of the argument, of the dude making the argument. He's just putting words in their mouth, in his mouth.
Or that. Did you notice how he's like, Marte, you must not have read this. I'm smarter than you. You don't understand my stupid point because you're just not educated enough. Typical leftist liberal thing. I understand this because I'm smarter than you are.
I called him out on this. I told him, you're putting words in my mouth. Can we get back to the argument?
Yeah.
Never said it came out of nowhere.
What's happening here?
That never came out of my mouth.
How are you supposed to fix a systemic cultural thing?
And there you go. Systemic. What does that mean?
Right.
What does that mean? Come on, man.
It's from the book of I Made It the Fuck Up. That's what he said.
To steal that one from you, man.
You know what? That deserves a wait. Where's my
Wait, is that after Proverbs?
Yeah.
If you don't have a systemic understanding of it.
It's in the book of Dumas.
Right.
AKA the book of dumbass, you know?
How do we arrive at this saying that we've had a history of this being destroyed? And of course, there was subversion and everything. And now you're telling me I'm saying that this came up out of nowhere. Is anybody else paying attention to this debate?
Nice.
That hurt my heart right there.
Gotcha.
Here's another interesting thing that I have noticed about morons like this. They have the memory of a freaking goldfish. Actually, no, the smartest people in that group have memories of goldfish. They expect you to not remember things that you said when you said them 5 seconds ago. Like, they have no memory whatsoever.
Yeah. Well, that's what that one, not so erudite chick and Destiny will both do. Guys, Andrew Wilson, he said this the best, okay? How do you beat Destiny? When he goes, whatever Adderall's induced rage, say, why don't you repeat to me what you just said? And you'll hear crickets.
Yeah, AJ, I just want to add that is probably the most accurate impression of Destiny I've ever heard in my life.
It's like I've debated Destiny before, and he has meth jaw. What I did actually in the debate against him is I said, "Hey, just stop, just stop. What? Can you tell me what I just told you?" He can't even repeat what you just said because he's not listening. It's crazy. I've debated him before.
I think it was Andrew Wilson or someone else had said Destiny basically says his strategy is to say whatever that it takes to win the argument.
Oh yeah, he has no morals at all.
Yeah,
he'll do whatever he has to do. Yeah,
he doesn't even believe it. Okay, guys, Destiny made a good point. He has the type of autism where, like, okay, he said that he likes to put games on the most hard mode and grind them until he beats it. That's what he does. So he lives in the space of interaction that makes us all frustrated. Does that make sense?
Well, I remember I was on a panel with him. He booted me because I said only one of us has sucked dick as a man on this panel, and I got booted right after that. Like, bro,
I was just thinking.
banned me from the whole panel after that. That was it.
And I was just thinking, this is the same dude who likes eating Boston cream pies from his wife.
Oh, he just blocked me on Twitter. We're supposed to have another debate. He just blocked me. So whatever. Anyways,
That's what he does.
I was just thinking that.
What a joke! And
Dude,
here's the thing, guys. This is how you know that women are degenerates. Destiny can pull too. Like, he actually smashes hot chicks. I don't get it. I don't know if it's his status, if his autism like makes girls think that he's really confident. But I know of the people who know Destiny, guys. He can pull.
well,
I
he
don't
can only
he have
pull
money?
because
That
he has
shows
blue hair.
How far women have fallen. you
He
know?
can only pull because he has blue hair and he has a lesbian dance degree. I mean, when you look at these women, they move towards lesbianism, and when that starts failing, these women go with the wind. Yeah, they bounce too.
And doesn't Destiny have money?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a combination of things, but I think that once again, he just doesn't. I don't know. Once again,
Yeah, the money's a temporary stopgap because it's not saving him from these lawsuits that he's being bombarded with.
Yeah. That's why that was the only time that I enjoyed when Anna Kasparian was on Piers Morgan, and her and Destiny got into it, and she's like, "Why don't you, film yourself with some more underage girls, Destiny?" Yo, oh my god!
Oh, only Destiny could make AJ actually side with Anna Kasparian.
Hey, Destiny.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
Fix it and destroy it.
If I don't say this, I'm acting like I just said something I never said. How does that make sense to you?
He's cooked. Guys, look at his body language.
Oh yeah,
he knows.
Why won't you
cooked.
just agree with me like everyone else?
He's scrolling through Chat GPT to be like, shit. I have it. This isn't going the way I thought it was gonna go. Yeah,
I never said it, but I'm acting like
that's what I'm saying.
me. Circa.
I'm sorry. What were you going to say?
That actually ends our back and forth clarification. Marte, was there anything else that you needed to clarify real quick?
No, I see there's going to be some
Are we ready to
confusion,
jump
but
into the
I appreciate your moderation throughout this debate. Thank you.
Yeah.
That was me being sarcastic.
So with that, I'm actually going to kick
it
up with Tyler's okay. I'm thinking we're going to bring it up to like an hour back and forth. What do you think on that, Tyler?
Oh, that's fine with me. If it's okay with you guys, I feel like, yeah. I'm not.
You guys want an hour to go back and forth on that?
Yeah, we're gonna use an hour. That'll be good. U.S. I'm talking about the U.S. and then I'll add in 2026, its current iteration right now. So you can throw out history. That's why we have to make this distinction. I'm not.
But even then, history doesn't matter because we are where we are. It doesn't matter what the cause of it. Here, hey guys, the ship is sinking. Everyone. Well, hell, let's stop and think about how it started sinking. It doesn't matter how it started sinking. The house is burning down. Oh, everyone stop. Don't leave. Let's figure out who set the fire. Let's get out first. Then we'll figure out who set the fire.
And bringing up history doesn't matter anyway because we live in an era of revisionist history.
Yeah,
the history is whatever they want it to be.
Yeah.
So saying because I hear it all the time, especially like with the modern women argument. It's like we're oppressed because we weren't able to open up businesses until 1990. Like I literally heard somebody say that.
Yeah.
Well, history is whatever they want it to be.
This is standpoint theory, right? Where they're talking about how they think that the more oppressed that you seem, the more complete understanding you have of the world. So the feminists say we need to understand history from a woman's perspective and not the man's. So when Andrew Wilson says, guys, hit the like button, please. share of the video, guys. Hit the hype button, guys. When Andrew Wilson says that women couldn't open bank accounts and have credit cards because the husband was the one who had to pay the debts, because there was women who would go down to Macy's and open up credit in their husband's name and charge up the account and then just leave with everything, and then do it, and then marry another guy and do it again, and marry another guy and do it again. We couldn't have bank accounts and credit cards. How's that going for you, dunderheads? Women have all this consumer debt, student loans, high interest car loans, bastard kids. They're cooked. They're cooked. Guys, they played themselves. Guys, what do we always say?
Winter is coming.
Winter is here, guys. This is not a game. And the dumbest thing that you guys can do, because I know all you guys that are subbed to my channel, Marte's channel, you guys are making moves, you're saving, you're investing, you're living below your means. Why would you guys spend all this time doing such a thing and let some dunderheaded TikTok Tylenol brain broad with student loans into your life? Why? It doesn't make any sense. So
about history.
Marte, I'm gonna repeat the question. I'm gonna repeat it really fast, okay? When you say black culture, I know what you're trying to say right now. You're saying it's just U.S. black history, but I asked you a bunch of different
I never
things.
said U.S. black history.
Do you think welfare is a part of that? Do you think dependence on welfare is part of that? Do you think criminal behavior is what you want to focus on? Are you saying that, like music, modern subculture music, or what exactly?
See, he just pulled up another Google search, and the AI thing, that's what he's using his argument.
Are you trying to say?
Let's clear
Is it
this
all
up.
connected, or that we want a few things?
Let's clear this up, because you have a way of putting words in people's mouth, but I'm going to catch them before you even let me run on with this. You said you mean history. No, I'm not talking about the history. I'm talking about the present day. It's current iteration. I'll repeat that again. The current iteration of black culture in 2026. And I'll go ahead and define what I mean by current black culture. I'm talking about the patterns of behavior. Overwhelmingly, and I'm making a generalization, this applies to even the less marginalized black communities, because if anybody like me speaks up against this, we get called, you're acting white, you're a coon. ICE agents are being confronted and being called Uncle Toms. This is happening to where people who aren't disenfranchised in the black community can't say shit because this black community is crabs in a bucket, overwhelmingly generalizing.
Wait.
There's a few things.
Whoa. Did he just say you're wrong there?
Yeah, he's called Uncle Toms. This is happening to where people who aren't disenfranchised in the black community can't say shit because this black community is crabs in a bucket, overwhelmingly generalizing.
Whoa.
How am I wrong?
No, as a half ginger white man, we don't claim him.
Guys, what is going on? This guy, he did look. I think he thought that he prepped for this, but I guarantee he doesn't have any black friends. He doesn't interact with black people. I think he probably piped down one black goth chick once, and now he thinks that he's like an expert on the community, But
hey, that's not. Hey, he almost bet in. Almost.
But yeah, guys, hold on. World Radio says females want to share their problems to connect to one another. Yet when men hear a problem, they want to solve it. History with the female lens is scary. Facts. Facts. Women always break everything down to a victim and victimizer mentality. It's nuts. Thanks for the $5 from my friend. I appreciate that.
Seriously. Garlic croutons, dude.
A few things. There is a self-reinforcing thing or activity that happens that you're describing. You're 100% correct. If you are a part of a group that is subjugated, this is actually why immigrant black communities have trouble mixing with the historical. By the way, culture is not possible without history. Once again, I don't know why I need to tell you the definition of that, but
because you're only worried about how it is now. Guys, this is the 8th time that Marte has said this. At least.
Cannot have 2026 modern subculture without history. And it's meaningless. There's no
That's
culture
not
to
the
look
that's
at.
not what's in
Okay? I don't
contention.
know why I have to keep defining that for you. Because African American culture is still a part of modern U.S. subculture and Black African Americans.
So what?
Even if we tried to erase it all.
It's a really redundant
What you
take.
said is true. There is a self-reinforcing eating that happens when there is a subjugated group, okay, or at least in this regard, one that feels they are, okay.
Wait, hold on. So are they affected? Hold on. So are Black people acting up because they're subjugated or because we feel subjugated? Do you guys see how we just screwed himself over there? Right? You're either subjugated, it affects you, or you're not.
Group that does feel like they are being oppressed. In history, that was very much true. If you go against that, there may be a self-reinforcing elimination that could be wrong with what you're describing. That is something that happens. Now, the point of my question, okay, was to try and get you to at least tell me what exactly in specific Black culture is in this conversation. Because again, it encompasses a lot of things. I know you've tried to tell me a few times and then I've said I put words in your mouth, but all I did was ask you a question again. And the main point I want to get across is, do you think they're connected or do you think it's like specific things? Are they all part of one ecosystem? Are they all connected? Like, how does Marxist show up in what you just said?
He's an idiot.
Oh my
Let me
God.
clarify this. You did put
Say again?
He's an idiot. Like, he thinks like he's going to use the same thing again that didn't work for him, and he's repeating the same mantra he did before. Like, you think this is going to work by using the same thing that you said before? This is so stupid. He does this a lot.
Yeah.
It's the only tactic he has.
Yeah, that's so stupid.
What a dumbass.
Put words in my mouth because you said you meant history. No, never once said I'd say that. That's putting words in my mouth. And no, you didn't try. You did. But going back to this is what I'm referring to when it comes to Black culture. I didn't mention everything from the baby deletion. I don't know if I could say it on YouTube yet. The crime rates and everything else. We're all involved in this. And there's so much overlap. It affects other communities as well too. The educational system and more. It's so bad that we should delete it. I don't care if you want to say barbecues or all the good things you think. You didn't even name one good thing when I asked you. You said I'll name good things. Didn't proceed to never name a good thing about Black culture. Notice how we didn't name that, by the way.
I did. I named the worship one, but I mean,
oh, that's one thing. That's your one thing. Is there anything else besides the worship?
I have a lot, Marta. Yeah.
Can't name one thing.
The lie detector determined that was a lie.
I mean, more than just that, because the negatives far outweigh the positives that I see here.
I mean, I know because you're looking at it that way, man. If you stare at the ground long enough, you'll find dirt, Marta.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
If you look around society, you'll see why Black people leave their own.
You mentioned the education system, Marte. Do Black culture, do they have really any control over the education system in the U.S. historically and now?
We can't have control. Yes, we do. We have a lot of control. We can vote.
How do local schools in the United States, historically and now, how do those schools get funded on the K through 12 level?
If you're talking about voting and you're talking about boots on the ground,
no, I'm talking about how funding goes to local schools, elementary schools, high schools.
How does
that happen in the US?
Can we actually go? Can we reel this back a little bit?
Mo rebuttal. Hey, what's up, man?
What's happening, guys? You're doing a little Sakar and Marte review debate here. I see. Huh?
Yeah, this is about race. We're talking about race and destroying the Black culture.
Man, yeah. What? I got a question. Why does Sakar always look like he just remembered all the mistakes at once?
That's what we were saying. That guy, his body language looks like he's been kicked in the dick, and he's trying to be like, you know what I'm saying? He's trying to make it look like it doesn't hurt.
Oh, come on. He clearly doesn't have one of those. Stop being innocent.
But he knows he's been defeated. He's been checkmated at least 3 times. And he just...
Yeah, I've had exchanges with Sakar multiple times, and so politics, like geopolitics, not my wheelhouse. I know a little bit, but he seems to delve into that quite a bit. But even not knowing a lot about that, when I have exchanges with him on those topics, I literally just ask him what do you mean by that, and just try to ask him simple questions. Can you explain this? And he just loses his mind every time. Yeah. He just can't sit there and actually explain it to you, because it seems like he gets all of his information off a Wikipedia article.
Yeah, well, we can see that he's trying to look at Chat GPT. And here's the crazy thing. in order to understand the very concept of this question, and I don't want to sound like a wokey woke and say there's nuance, but you have to understand topics like the delineation between Black Americans, descendants of slaves, and then Africans or like Black immigrants. You have to understand the difference between post and pre-civil rights era Black America. You have to understand the whole equating everything successful with as being anti-Black. So if you speak proper English like I do, or Seagrip does, or Marte does, you're acting white, you're talking white. You know what I'm saying? So there's no real argument against Marte's claim that the current iteration of Black culture, which contributes to the degeneracy of Blacks socially and in a criminal way, needs to go, because we didn't used to be this way. The 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, and even the early 80s were not like this. My mom, my grandparents, my older aunts, I was like, what is going on with these young kids nowadays?
Well, here's the thing I'll say. Even in a non-criminal way, it should go away, because deleting babies is legal in some states. That's bad. Divorcing husbands at a 75% rate, single momhood, is legal. But what they're doing is they're abusing this. There's an overcorrection of this, of masculine women running rampant, and they're creating the cyclical negative society of degeneracy that's running rampant, and it's destroying other cultures in America as well, too.
Marte, you got to think though. We've been 13.5% of the population for the last 40 years. Our population hasn't grown.
While committing 60% of the crime, too, by the way.
Listen, 7.5% of the population that's black women are responsible for 40% of the baby deletions.
Yeah, we're leading the charge. We lead that.
Keeping our population stable is immigration from Africa and the islands. That means that Black American culture is actually shrinking. Non-American Black culture and descendants are growing over here while we are shrinking. They're having more babies, they're committing less crimes, and they're having less baby deletions.
If that's true, do you think that media is propping it up and keeping it kind of like in the highlights or in the limelight?
Of course, that's what Margaret Sanger did. Yeah. When they made Planned Parenthood, was the first thing that they did. They put the Planned Parenthoods in Black neighborhoods, and they had all the advertisements in the magazines with Black nurses, Black doctors, and Black patients.
Black, Hispanic, and Catholic.
Thank you. And then when you see Knucklehead Harris, one of the biggest issues of my campaign is abortion. You know what I'm saying?
You know what's crazy? I don't think people understand this, but we literally have the Black KKK here in the form of Captain Cesariak and the Hebrew Israelites. They're literally the Black KKK, militant, not accepting of whites, talk down about whites, but they have the nerve to use our economy and our structures built by Caucasian individuals from European descent. And it's just really stupid. It's really contradictory as well.
I've heard the Black Israelites have expanded their outreach to the Mexican guys now.
Well,
no, that's true.
No, they think that the Black, Hispanics, and Native Americans are all descendants. Are all the Israelites. So they always included.
To a bloodline they can't track based on the scripture that they misinterpret.
Here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. The best part that makes me laugh about the Israelites. If the Israelites if they hated whites as much as they say, and if they stood on business as much as they claim, why aren't they like the Amish?
Yeah, how come they haven't built anything? There's nothing built.
They can pool their resources and make an Israelite community. They could buy land out in the middle of rural Ohio or rural Wyoming, and they could just live off the grid just like the Amish do. But they won't do it.
Yeah,
of course not. That's work.
Yeah.
Work. You need to educate yourself. Work is racisms.
Yeah, I think back when DEI was like at its absolute highest. I forget exactly what it was, but there was like saying that hard work was rooted in white supremacy or something. Yeah, no, guys. My favorite is when they said that the chirping smoke detector is white supremacy.
Well,
I remember that.
I've heard that math is racist too. I've heard that one as well. So apparently,
no, it's like no everything is racism except racism against white people.
Yeah, which is absolute clown world, guys. This is the thing. Racism. All right, they say that racism is prejudice plus power, right? But that's contextual, right? Power changes based on context. If Locke and Mo are at an all-black high school in Detroit and they're getting jumped every day, guess what? They don't have the power. They're getting jumped because of their race.
yeah.
Guess what?
With
That's
that
racism.
description, you can play with it a lot. You can show them how it's just illogical for their own worldview.
And you
Collapses on
cannot
itself.
convince me that white people are just somehow more magically racist than other people. Guys, look at the Arabic slave trade.
Yeah.
People talk about the Europeans. Guys, I say this all the time on my channel. We talk about Mesopotamia and Babylon like they're ancient mythical places. Guys, that's Iraq and Iran. In the same way, like Rome is still a place. We talk about like it's some mythical place. Guys, Iraq and Iran, the Arabs, they colonized all the way from Morocco to Azerbaijan. There was thousands of indigenous languages and cultures and religions, and they all got Arabized and colonized. And it's still going on right now.
And yet, if you ask any wokey woke, they will tell you whites invented racism, whites invented slavery, whites invented Europe, whites invented I wanted to say the M word but I'm not going to. You know, we invented all of it.
Yeah.
It did not exist until white people somehow were magically manifested on the ground. The world was utopia before we showed up. So I'm sorry about that, AJ.
Here's the crazy thing. The Native Americans owned slaves.
Yeah.
You guys know who the last two groups to own slaves in North America was? Anyone?
About to say were the Apaches one of them? Or
The
Comanches?
Creek and the Choctaw.
Well, I'll say this right now. Who are the only people who currently still have slaves right now? They're in a certain dark continent right now. It's like,
The Arabs. There still have people like me and Marte and secret that they're selling.
Yeah.
Guys, the Creek had slaves 2 years after the Civil War ended. 2 years. They had to actually go in there and be like, "Hey guys, you need to give those slaves." My great grandmother was actually owned by the Creek. So that kind of ruins the whole narrative. Oh, it was only the evil white people. Please.
White people do. It's like we don't have the monopoly on hate.
Yeah.
You know,
we definitely don't.
Yeah.
I would say that the monopoly on hate, as far as racism, you guys can judge me all you want to or hate me for saying this, but it's the black community. We're the most racist society right now.
What?
I
went
agree.
to another community that's more racist than the black community in America for 2020. Besides Asian people and the Korean people, I think we're tied for number one, if not number one.
Well,
yeah,
okay.
I was gonna say like if you keep it inside the U.S., that's true. I think because you go abroad, it gets a little fuzzy.
Asians in the U.S. are about ethnic.
Asians are next level, man.
What
Asians are we talking about here?
Hold on, but listen. Asians are based on ethnicity. Viet want to be with Viet. Cambodians want to be with Cambodians, and Koreans stay with
that's
Koreans.
a big thing.
That's different than race. Race and ethnicity are two different things. Now, around the world, I would say, guys, I mean, how is there a difference between how racist they are against minorities in China and then in Nigeria? You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's minority groups being massacred in both countries. You look at like Iraq and Iran with like the Kurds and the Druze. You know what I'm saying? I would actually say that the United States is, even though the concept of race came from the United States, because the rest of the world, other than Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. The rest of the world uses ethnicity, whereas we go by national identity and then race. Asians in Asia don't call themselves Asians. They're Chinese, Japanese, or whatever. Europeans are not white. They're German. They're ethnically German. They're ethnically English. They're ethnically Welsh. They're ethnically Irish. We call them white. So our mistake is trying to use our racial standard around the entire world. It just doesn't work.
Well, we like to put labels on everything. So when Ming-Mings follow me around the convenience store, it's because of a lot of pattern recognition. Not racist per se, or because there's some kinship there or communal sense. It's because of pattern recognition. Why cops follow you around? Why wife beaters are called white beaters when really they're tank tops is because of pattern recognition. All this stems from people wanting to avoid persecution, wanting to avoid danger, caution. If you stroked a tiger on its back, you died, right? Yeah. There's a reason why we stay away from certain things and have pattern recognition for survival, but it's like we call everything racist. And I think, and here's my theory, I think all of us, technically, if you want to call us racist, we're all racist to some degree, but this is because we're all tribalism. We all vote to some form of tribalism, but that's because of us wanting to stay intact or keep our cultures intact and not destroy society as a whole.
Well, I also think that, once again, you can't tell me that some meth mouth
Destiny
messed up meth head looking white boy that they're not going to follow him around the store too. I'm from Seattle, guys. I've seen tweakers. Look, I've seen meth heads where it's 3 o'clock in the morning and it's like 12 degrees out and homeboys running around without a shirt on. You know what I'm saying?
He hasn't showered in a week in the BO.
The
pH of the
people
air.
are gonna run from that guy just like they would run from Nug Nug. And here's the thing, guys. I think Myron Gaines says that if there was 4 big black dudes walking towards you at night, wearing the little poofy winter jackets, you cross the street. Guys, I cross the street. Yeah. Most of us would. Why wouldn't you? You know what I'm saying? Guys, here, I'm gonna amend Marte's point, guys. I think B-dubs are the most racist people there are. American black women are the most racist people on planet Earth.
I'll one up you by saying that they sprinkle on feminism, and this makes it ultra toxic.
Yeah.
So it's even worse than you could even imagine because of that.
Yeah. And I love how they say, "Oh, vote that Roland Martin." That goofball. He had that shirt. Vote like a black woman, and then those man's cheeks came up on his monitor in the middle of his live stream.
Gay. Biden was saying, "You're not black if you don't vote for me." There was a lot of this used, and it's like stupid. They think it's a lot of people buy into this. That's black culture in a nutshell.
They say that until it's the wrong black woman, because someone had talked about the black woman who ran for office for governor of Virginia. They didn't vote for her. She was conservative. And now they have that communist in there who instituted 31 new taxes on her first day.
Oh, yeah.
Cooked.
Yeah.
Cooked.
Because I know we're going to get lost in the
This is really relevant because you mentioned the education system. To me, it seems like you think black culture and the education system there's a problem there. Right?
Yes, there. Okay.
Ding, 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 ding.
It only took you an hour and a half to figure it out.
Let me see, guys. Oh, hey, Mo, you have a channel. Let me.
I do.
Go over to your channel.
Yeah, I just subbed to it, man.
Hey guys, go
hey,
over
thanks, appreciate it. Oh, hey,
and
Marte, real quick. I got concessions from JS on both points, by the way, earlier.
Oh yeah, besides the one in our debate that me and him had, that's awesome, man. I think we should get more concessions on our point.
He basically conceded that his position really is kind of just a troll, and that he doesn't want to use leftist snake language. That's basically what I got out of him.
Let's take it back.
Yeah. Now, guys, go over and drop Mo a sub, man. And then, guys, go over to Lock the Bounty Hunters channel also.
Oh, thanks, man.
Once again, guys.
Yeah, this is how we solve the racisms.
So, Lock, man, you're almost at 24K. let's go.
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah.
Damn,
Yeah,
Locke, let me out the water, bro. I got to catch up. I got some work to do, man.
It's all luck, brother.
Yeah, Mo, you do debates too, right?
Yes, sir. Just got done with one tonight. So.
Yeah,
the
I'll check some of them out, man.
That I tell Marte, I don't know how you guys do it. I don't. You guys have so much patience. I cuss people out because I can't stand people like that. That Destiny who will say things. He clearly thinks that what he's saying is bullshit. He doesn't believe it, right? But he's saying it just so he doesn't lose or to placate to his audience. I don't have the patience for it. I don't. You might. Marte does. Andrew Wilson does. All you debaters, where you'll just let the person just go on and on. What is it? Sun Tzu says never interrupt your opponent when they're
making a mistake. Yeah.
Man, I'll just save ourselves time and I'll just cuss them and kick them. I do cussing and kicking over here.
Well, you have to take enjoyment of making fun of their retarded takes. Like that's what you really have to like get out of it. And you know, part of that is like letting them hang themselves in a lot of ways and then picking it apart.
Yeah.
Like one of the lessons that I have learned is that one of the best things that you can do with this kind of stuff is to learn to laugh at it. Because it's like if you can laugh at the absurdity and make jokes about it, it drives the other side crazy.
Yeah, they can't stand it. Yeah.
They can't stand it when you're laughing at them and making fun of them. They hate it. So if you do it often and proudly, it's like I won't say that it's winning. It still feels really freaking good.
Yeah.
You have to laugh at it because what's the alternative? It's
well,
like you either
that's one of the reasons.
Yeah,
why
it takes too much energy for me to be like, you know, to like, I don't know, like obsess over it and get angry at it. For me, it's just more fun to make fun of retards. So that's basically what it comes down to.
That's one of the reasons why like Locke's channel, my channel does so well, and like the Red Pill space is we just laugh. We aren't part of the these bitches and sluts and whores or whatever. I just laugh. This is just hilarious. Like this is the situation that feminism has made, right? All of us guys over here, we're living below our means, saving, investing. We have our hobbies. We're doing good. Having a great time, right? So what am I going to be all hateful and pissed off or whatever for? I just think that it's funny. I really, really, really do. Because the best way, what do we say about liberals, guys? About the wokey wokes. It's the best way to turn them to our side is give them what they want, right?
Mm-hmm.
These feminists and stuff are the same way, guys. Give them what they want. That's why I laugh about Zoran the moron and this communist who's in charge of my home city, Seattle or Oakland, where they had a 30-year crime low. Crime was finally below crack epidemic times, and then they elected that wokey woke mayor and that wokey woke DA, right? And then 2.5 years later, even the NAACP was like, we need to declare an emergency because of all the crime.
Jeez.
And I'm just sitting there eating popcorn and laughing. It's hilarious. It's hilarious,
it's not
guys.
crime. It's cultural enrichment. Stop being in isms, AJ.
Social economic reasons.
Yeah, it's systematic racism, please.
Hey, I'm trying to help you out here, man.
Yes, traditional.
I'm a white man. That makes me your savior.
Traditional cultivation. That's what we're doing.
Guys, here's the thing. We live in a country where the majority just happens to be white. I don't believe in white privilege. I think it's a stupid term. But there is majority privilege. Because if I lived in China, the Chinese would have certain privileges that the minorities don't. If I lived in Poland, it's the same way.
I actually have a new take on this when engaging people, and it's a bit edgy and pretty. And once again, it's hilarious. It's like when they talk about white privilege, it's like, yes, white people do have a privilege. It's a privilege to grow up in with 2-parent household. It's a privilege to name your child something like James. It's a privilege to, you just go down the list. It's like, this is a privilege. I agree. And just watch them lose their minds.
It used to be this way. My mom's one of 12 kids. Rosa, James, William, Stephen, Michael. We didn't do the Jamarquavius thing until the 90s.
That's your slave name, though. That's not about your hair. You need to find your real name. She.
What a joke. And guys, once again, us blacks are the canary in the coal mine. So whatever happens to us first happens to you whites next. We were the first ones to have the single moms, to have this crazy loudmouth feminist chicks who were trying to fight you in the streets, and now you white guys are dealing with it. It's absolutely insane, man.
The propaganda and the modernity, it spreads, and then the
there's
media
a small
pushes
group-
it and makes
no,
it a
but-
virtue
no, there's a
and
small
different things.
group of men that use women and government to redistribute wealth from the rest of us men to themselves. You know what I'm saying? That's all it is. And women are so dumb that they think that they're winning by helping us men get cooked. And it's like, no, you guys don't realize the best thing that us men can do. Some call it MGTOW. I call it men minding their own business.
Yeah, pretty much.
Business. Because what are you going to play a game that's rigged? If all of us are
Mind
in
their
the
own business. I like that. It's funny.
Yeah, but because here's the thing, there is no like hatred. It's just indifference. You know what I'm saying?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
If you guys feel lonely, hang out with your friends. Or guys, if you really want companionship, there's an old Chevelle sitting in a junkyard. Take that bad boy home to your garage. I'm telling you, that's where your paternal instinct can come out, and you got your baby that we're working on, But my point
Or just
is
get a
this.
dog, nice lab, something like that.
Because
They're
they're
the best.
Once someone's taking something for granted, you take it away from them. That's the only way that they'll ever appreciate it. What needs to happen is men, we vote with our wallets and our feet. We've done everything else. We've had men's rights advocates since the 1920s. We've had these men trying to start these movements. Guys, just don't engage. If we're in the parking lot of a casino, we know that all the games are rigged. The ultimate power move is to get in your car and walk and drive off.
Yep.
Now, there are some tradcons who will say, but then you're letting the women win. How is me walking away from them letting them win? It just doesn't make any sense. It might not be 10%, it might not be 12%, but a certain percent of men, once we've walked away, society's going to have to incentivize us men to come back to the table.
Well, I think you're seeing that already, especially recently with the new generation coming up. It seems like the boys who are becoming men are intimately aware of the state of the dating field and just how in modernity, how they're treated and viewed, etc. So I do think to some degree this is kind of turning into a self-correction of problem. So,
Gen Z men are more conservative than ever. Millennials are actually, I think 64% call themselves feminist, millennial men, so they're lost. But Gen Z, it's like 42%. And here's the thing, guys. Older millennials, so 40 and 38 to 41-year-olds for 40 years are getting divorced en masse. So we're going to have men in their 40s en masse and then men in their mid-early 20s en masse, leaving women alone.
Yeah. Just like they wanted.
Yeah. And that's it's not a bad thing.
Yeah, I also I wanted to piggyback off of something that Mo said. This is what I find incredibly interesting because I got a theory on why Gen Z men are more conservative. Because of social media, they have seen the train wreck that modern women and feminism have caused. It's a disaster. It is, they kind of see this and they go, this is what if we go with this is what we're going to inherit. No. Yep.
Yeah, they've created a pipeline to the right, and it's a monster of their own making, and they don't even realize it.
What's crazy is they've created the Andrew Tates. They've created other people like this, and they don't realize that they've given birth to this subset of red pill communities, and they've actually added to this. So we can thank them for this to some degree, and they don't realize that they're adding to this culture. It's crazy.
Well, I say this: us men aren't stupid, right? We do cost benefit analysis, right? So if Mo and Locke are working at a different law firm than Marte and I, and we see that Locke and Mo have better benefits. You know what I'm saying? They're making more money. They're driving nicer cars. We're gonna look at like, why are we dealing with this crap here? Why? We're either going to change jobs or we're going to go over where they are, right? And that's what men are doing here. Monk modes or passports. In the same way that, guys, I don't even look at black women. I am black, guys. You have to be an idiot to deal with an American black. Sorry, right?
Racist.
No way. I know, right? Hey, I'll take it. You know, but it's because
where does badge of honor, sir?
Black men, we look and see. All of us men are running a race against other men, right? There's however many million men, and we're all in our own lanes trying to sprint. Other Asian men, Middle Eastern men, Hispanic men, they have their women that are, giving them water and helping them stretch. And us black men, we have women who are cutting our Achilles. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of men, black men, are either getting passports or they're dating Hispanics or they're dating non-American black women. But now men in the West are the same way. Western white men, black men are looking and saying, wait a minute, why are the guys in Eastern Europe or the guys in Africa or the guys in South America who are less educated than me, less successful than me, they have women who will cook, clean, give them a bee gibber now and then and shut up. That's not fair.
You see cases like that all over the place. Like even like a famous case, I would say is I don't know if you guys know who Steven Crowder is, right?
Yeah.
Crazy blowout.
Crowder
and he's dating a Latina.
Yeah.
Apparently,
Yeah.
And apparently everything's going really nice and smoothly all of a sudden.
Yeah. You guys hear that?
Because apparently
Yes.
her culture, where she comes from, has different standards on what how the family should be organized.
Yeah,
It's crazy
you guys,
how that works.
This is the sound of Crowder's bedroom now.
and poor Crowder, right? Like you feel for the guy. He did like everything right. Like he did it. Like he
wrote all these
by the
articles.
letter.
Yes.
And then I guess feminism got to his lady, and it is what it is.
And all of his TradCon buddies turned on him too. Crowder's an
and
abuser. He's this, he's that, he's that, he's that. And guys, he uses our talking points. He does.
Yeah.
He uses our red pill talking points.
I watched that video, right? And even when I first saw that video and it got all over the internet, I looked at it, it's like, what this is nothing. This is some passive aggressive like argument between like a husband and wife. Like, welcome to marriage. Like, who gives a shit about this? This is dumb. And everyone's losing their minds. Like, he's talking to her abusive. Like, no, he may be being stern, but is he not the head of the house?
But
I'm sorry.
But Mo, we live in a world where people thought Kevin Samuels was mean.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Kevin Samuels was one of the nicest out of all the red pill guys. Because you look at like Fresh and Funky and all these other, they're cussing, screaming at women, blah, blah, blah. He was just direct, but he wasn't cussing at women. He wasn't doing, and they thought he was mean. So once again, the problem, guys, drop a 1 in the chat right now if you agree. And guys, hit the like button, please. One of the major problems is that they've made how women emote and act and communicate as the default.
Yeah.
They've made it so that being a boy to a man, a masculine of any kind, is a pathology that needs to be cured. Locke, you were saying?
Yeah, with like the interesting thing about Kevin Samuels that I've seen, he wasn't mean. He was honest. However, modern women take honesty as an insult. If you're not telling them exactly what they want to hear, they get offended. And that's when they start throwing out names. Yeah. They start throwing names. It's like Kevin Samuels, like I've seen plenty of his stuff. That guy was not mean.
Yeah.
He was honest. He would hit you both barrels. He would hit you both barrels with what he thought, but he wasn't mean about it. I mean, jeez.
Yeah. You know, the funny thing about this is if Sirkar had watched Kevin Samuels' content, I mean, he would basically be trying to debunk him and tell them that Kevin Samuels is lying about black women. So it's like, we have just ignorance in front of us right now, and we have people speaking reality and stating facts. Just nonsense.
Yeah.
You guys, anyone can talk. Look, facts are facts. this whole thing, well, you're not black, so you can't point out the fact that friggin' Glockatavia has 7 bastard kids. What are you talking about? Facts are facts. Guys, here's the thing. You can say anything you want about Nug Nug. Guys, Secret, myself, Marte, we won't get angry.
Yeah.
Because that doesn't apply to us. There are black dudes out there who don't pay child support, who got 30,000 kids by friggin' 31,000 women. Guys, that's a thing. There's crime. People get carjacked. Try buying a freaking Challenger Hellcat. See if you don't get carjacked by Nug Nug. It's the truth. So what is this whole thing?
I've never heard it. I've never heard it called Nug Nug before. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Well, I guarantee
I'm learning all kind of new things.
Sirkar, I guarantee he doesn't want to live in the black community. He says all this shit right now, but it's like, I guarantee if you look in his suburbs, which I guarantee he lives in, he doesn't want to be around that, but all of a sudden argues against my point.
Yeah.
To me, it doesn't make any sense when really I'm spitting facts. He's just having feelings and then trying to convolute this whole debate right now in just big, long words, thinking that he's going to string together a sentence that actually means something. This is what's ridiculous about this whole debate.
Everyone on this panel, and we were walking down downtown, and we walked into a bar, and it was a hipster bar with a bunch of hipster mustache white people. Guys, we go in, we shoot some darts, we drink some PBRs and have a good time. But if we were walking down the way,
PBR,
and we walk into a bar, and the majority of the people look like me, nope. Not going in there, guys. It's not happening.
Yeah, I'd be right with you. Be like, yeah, good call, dude. Good call.
Because you know why, guys? Secret. What do I say is the best thing about white people? In the chat, guys, what's the best thing about white people?
Well, they'll come bail you out. and they'll put you in their will.
They will. You make really good buddies with them, they'll do that. Yep.
Guys, white people are predictable. If there's one thing white people are, it's predictable. I told you guys when I went to buy this house, I drove around multiple times to make sure that the majority of the people didn't look like me. I'm dead ass. I made sure that there was no 85 Impalas on friggin' 28-inch rims. I made sure to drive by Tuesday at 11 a.m. and not see Nug Nug on the front porch drinking liquor. You know what I'm saying? Because my neighbors are predictable. I know when they all get up and go to work. I know when they all mow their lawns because they're predictable. If you're going to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for a house, you want to be able to be at peace and not worry about Nug Nug and Glockatavia, you know? So here we go.
Yeah. I'm asking you, how do we fund schools, the education system in the U.S.?
What?
Okay, now you're going to make this a debate about funding. Let's concede. I'll even throw this out, and I'll even adopt whatever you're saying and concede that blacks don't know. Maybe it's getting co-opted. We'll just even assume that. But here's the problem with the educational system. Like I said, I'm conceding that, right? So we're not going to go down that road because I don't want to get into weeds.
How do we fund them?
My mom is from rural Alabama. Okay. When she graduated from high school, I guarantee that she had a very good education. And a blacks only school with substandard books. Guys, I used to date this girl down in Texas, and she was half Spanish, half Mexican. She was from she legally immigrated, but she was from a small town in rural Mexico. She said that when she immigrated here, her English wasn't good, but she had been doing college level math in middle school. So you don't need a lot of funding to have really good education. You just don't.
Yeah. The left acts like you can just throw money at this and that's kind of how you're going to improve the situation. That's been proven to be wrong.
So if you look at the communities with the most funding, they actually have done the poorest in black communities.
Yes, especially Baltimore. I told you guys, they've increased Secret. Flock, you remember that we looked at Baltimore? They increased their funding by almost 40% in the last 7 years.
It's
when
still
they
war zone.
They polled all the schools, none of the kids can read or do math.
What wasn't there a high school in Baltimore where the senior valedictorian, the highest, had like a 1.6 GPA, and that was the valedictorian? I want to say that was Baltimore.
Have you heard, Mo Marte? Have you heard of the Mississippi Miracle?
No.
Vaguely, but remind me.
From number 49 in schools to number 9. They jumped up 40 spots. The
Really?
average black child in Mississippi reads better than children in California, Oregon, Washington, New Jersey, and New York.
Interesting.
And it's because the governor's wife, who's white, was a teacher for the 37 years. She sponsored a legislation to go back to phonics-based education. You guys remember Hooked on Phonics? Works for me.
Yeah, unfortunately, I never completed mine, but yeah, I do remember it. It was really hard.
Mandatory. So now these kids are learning how to read, and their comprehension levels going through the roof. So as Mississippi has a better education system than California, Oregon, Washington, New Jersey, and New York.
Wow, it's almost like basic schooling techniques that's worked for a very, very long time gets the job done. Imagine that.
Yeah.
Who would have thought it?
Well, they were saying that these liberals think that people just inherently know are going to just learn how to read on their own. So like the memorization, the practice, CAT, cat, right? That's phonics, right? Because you guys know, like that the majority of cultures didn't have reading or writing throughout his history. Humans don't naturally like start writing things. You can trace reading and writing back to like 5 cultures, and then writing spread by those 5 cultures. So I think it was like India, China, the Vikings, and like the Greeks or something. You know what I'm saying?
Also, I had to look this up in an go ahead.
Keep going.
Go ahead.
No log.
I was just going to say quickly. I had to look this up actually because I had an exchange with someone on this. If you look back before the current school system was established as we know it, before then the literacy rate was really high. It was in the 90s across the board in the U.S. Right, and back then school was like you have like a little shack, or like it was done in church. Right. Mm-hmm. And so, and one of the major problems in modernity with the school system is you have like one teacher for like 30 freaking kids. Right. There's no way like each kid is going to get the attention they need to learn the phonics like you're talking about and work on one-on-one unless you take that approach or like you said in Mississippi, something along that line. That seems to be a vast improvement. But the education, they make it out to be like this big thing that they need like, I don't know, like super large amounts of money to fund whatever it is. That's not really going to get the job done.
Yeah, that's true. Also, AJ, I just shared something. It's a video.
Yeah.
You won't believe what's in this video. It's crazy. But this is Black community, Black culture in a nutshell.
Well, here's the thing. Really fast. Why do they want all this money allocated? Anytime that there's large amounts of government money allocated, there's friggin' Octavia and her friends, some B-dub friggin' superintendent or some state representative skimming money off the top. So here we go.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord have mercy. You wouldn't even qualify for a $5,000 car if you put $10,000 down.
Holy shit.
Oh, you get $350 for just having a pulse.
What?
Chat, let me know if this is real or not.
It just was at 570 something.
Mike, you telling me this score real?
I don't know what the maybe. I don't
Okay,
know.
let me
I'll
see the
get
phone,
it
y'all. I ain't
up.
never seen no shit like
My
this.
phone had shut down, and I just put it up. The bank wouldn't come on this phone.
Just show the
so I
credit
put it on
score
that
again.
phone.
What
And I
was the
see
credit score?
57.
Okay, scroll up to the credit score.
That's the credit score.
I don't think this is right.
I don't either, but we about to call this.
What the
This nigga
fuck?
about to be
Have y'all
I've never
seen
seen
some
that
shit
before.
like this?
Damn.
I've never seen a
57, bro.
double-digit credit
Damn.
score. Holy shit!
57, bro. This is black community right here.
Damn.
That's
Yikes.
crazy,
Kind
bro.
of
Guys,
impressive in a weird way. Like, how
I
do
will
you?
preface this once again. Guys,
I hate niggas. I love black people. Honest, hardworking, law-abiding black people. Niggas like you make me sick.
Man, he put some really. He put something into that. Sick. Like, there was some hate on into that.
57. That's insane.
and still trying to get a Hellcat. Oh,
Right.
I know no Ultima for you, Glocktavia. Oh.
Sirkar wants us to be on the same train, the same destination we're heading to as the black community, and he doesn't offer anything for changing, or he doesn't even want us to replace it. He doesn't offer any argument at all. This is just ridiculous.
But here's the thing: if you guys are familiar with like NA or AA or GA or any of those 12-step programs, guys, what's the first step as you get better?
Realizing you have a problem?
Admit you have a problem in the first place. Yes, admit you have a problem. That's the first thing, guys. If in any process improvement, getting in shape, I would even say learning how to fight, guys. If anyone who's ever kickboxed or done jiu-jitsu or anything else, there's two things. Number one, I don't know how to fight. You got to admit that to yourself. I'm not a badass. I don't know how to fight. Okay. And number two, I'm here to learn. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm here to learn. If you don't do those two things and you try and learn jiu-jitsu, they will mess you up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you
I've seen
you
it.
learn that real quick when you show up to the dojo there and you pick a fight with somebody.
Yeah.
Not Sirkar. Sirkar's never going to learn at this rate.
Yeah. Well, he'll just get choked out 5-10 times, and
Then he'll blame racism.
But you know what though? That's just the weirdest thing. Guys, put a 1 if you have trained in a martial art, or anyone that's on this panel. Guys, most men, an ass whooping teaches them a lesson real fast. There are those few guys that they get whooped and they just don't learn. You're like, someone's gonna kill you one day. Someone's gonna put you in the ground because I've clearly seen you get whooped. You understand? And you're just like, oh, man, I tripped. or the sun was in my eye. It's like, no.
The guy was cheating.
Here we go.
Throw votes, boots on the ground, showing up for parent-teacher conferences, which dads are absent from back home.
Funding happens at a local level, Marte, okay? Funding happens by
I'll
property
concede this.
taxes in the U.S.
Sirkar, I'll even concede all that to you. You can have all this, right?
If you're conceding it, then let me just educate you a little, okay?
Oh, here we go.
Here
we go.
Oh, screw you too, pal.
Yeah, there you go. Look at this guy. Look at this.
Oh God, that is such a smug thing to say.
Yeah.
That is such a like.
You know what's funny?
You lose the argument the second you say that.
Yeah.
I told him, I said, I concede this. You win that point. It doesn't help his argument at all, even if I grant this to him. But he's like, oh, let me explain this to you. What? Nobody asked for this.
No, he said, let me educate you.
Yeah, let me educate you. Even worse.
Yeah,
that's kind of a racist thing to say, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm trying to.
Yeah, that's his way of saying, I know more than you. And that's where a lot of this wokeism comes from. You got a whole bunch of privileged people who, they have resources other people don't. They think that puts them in a position of authority.
Well, Locke, here's the thing. And there was a guy, John Nash, he was talking about why Knucklehead Harris lost the election, right? And he was saying that, they say that the Republicans have these economic elites, these billionaires, all this other stuff, which Kamala Harris, she was up there with billionaires too. But the left have these academic elites, these coastal academic goofballs that went to Stanford or Berkeley, whatever, and they're so much smarter than everyone else, and they have no clue what the average Black, white, Asian, working American, what our experiences are. And if we don't agree with their their viewpoint on Palestine or Transformers, that we're just all ignorant dullards, right? All because we don't. It's just insane. So what? At least someone who has a lot of money, who's an elite, at least they have money to show for it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that it's okay because I don't like the elitist attitude, period. But if you pull up and say, I know more than you, and you're in a Rolls Royce or a Lambo, you at least have something tangible to make you think that you're better than me. You aren't, but hey, these academics have student loan debt. And they think that they know more than me. You understand? So, but
thing about me, I'm not trying to be patronizing. I'm not trying to be patronizing.
I'm not trying to be patronizing.
That's exactly what you're trying to do, jackass.
You've been hoodwinked, bamboozled, led astray, run amok.
Like,
come on.
Equivalent of saying, no disrespect, but
no disrespect. I mean disrespect. Yeah.
That's
No disrespect,
something
you're
really
a dumbass.
disrespectful.
Like, it is important.
I'm not going to
So
assume
black
you're
culture-
patronizing, but go ahead.
Again, I'm not trying to be. I was just trying
Just
to.
look at how he does his hand gestures, right?
Oh God, that's
Look at
like
that. Come on.
that is one step away from bird hands.
You ain't lying about
Beat that preface. The narrative.
But how is that important?
Because property taxes fund schools. So
What does
if
this
you
have
want
to do
to have
with
a good
anything?
school
What are you
education,
talking
you want to
about?
have an education system that is good, you need to have high property value. Black communities do not have ownership or wealth or high property value.
No,
there are areas, there are black areas where there is high property value and good schools.
Wait, I also don't understand this point because even if let's say we granted that you have a case of in a black community that they don't have a high ratio of property ownership. The property's owned by someone, and those people are paying taxes. So I don't understand the point here.
Look at this. Did you guys see this?
There is no point.
Marte, did you ever react to St. George, where Baton Rouge, the majority of taxes was being paid for by a small part of town that was majority white? There was blacks and Asians living there.
Oh, no.
And the white.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, not the whites. But I sound like freaking Jesse Lee Peterson, right?
I did tell Sirkar, what does this have to do with the prompt?
Yeah.
So what does this have to do with the argument?
My point is that this part of town, they wanted to rezone the school district because they were paying like 80% of their taxes to the poorer part of town's schools. That just happened to be a majority black, and they were doing terribly. They said, we want more of our tax dollars to actually go towards our schools. And the mayor said, if you want to do that, you're going to have to create your own city. And the citizen said, bet. And guess what? 2 years later, damn, St. George, Louisiana.
And the best part is, it's like
Interesting.
like,
I'll
they
have to
tried
look
to
into
make
this.
it seem.
I didn't know about this. I'm
they
from
tried-
Louisiana, and I didn't know about this.
Yeah.
I remember they were trying to make this sound like this is going to be civil war. They're seceding from the Union.
Yeah,
this is Civil War too.
Ridiculous, man. And now they're worried about. Here you go. This is why. This is good. And of course, this guy. It's racist.
And thank you for joining us for our second half hour. The Factor Uncensored. The headlines from the national media are eye-grabbing at best. Wealthy white Louisiana residents split from Baton
Guys, there are blacks in St. George. There are Asians in St. George.
to form their own
It
city.
won't count.
But is race a real issue at the core of this municipal
No.
secession?
It's not,
The
no.
86,000 residents who are forming their own city in St. George, Louisiana, say it's about better schools for their children and better city services. Baton Rouge is more than 50% black, and those who are against a split say the city will be hurt by this action to create a new city, which was approved by the Louisiana Louisiana State Supreme Court last Friday after a 5-year-long battle.
Look at that.
And joining us on the Factor Uncensored.
So 86,000 residents were paying, I think it's like 60% or 70% of the taxes.
Yeah.
Ridiculous, man. So yeah, guys, check the story out, man, because this shows that our government can work. You know what I'm saying? That government can work, that the citizens can get what they want. Because if you were smart and you lived in Baton Rouge and you have money, move to St. George.
Yeah, and like one thing that because I like because like I used to tell like you know this, I used to work in firearms. I used to work and people would always come up to me and start complaining about the federal government, and I said, listen, if you really do care about these things, pay attention to what's happening on the local level.
Yeah.
Pay attention.
That's how we get constitutional carry.
Yeah. You know, pay attention to who's running for sheriff, who's running for school board, who's running for comptroller. I mean, yeah, definitely pay attention to like what's happening on the federal level, but you know, they got it backwards. They got it backwards. They put all of their energy on the top tier, but don't pay attention to what's happening on the ground floor. And the ground floor is where the change happens.
Look at this, guys. 32% of St. George is black.
No, they didn't vote for Biden. They're not black.
It's
fake
a
news.
white
Fake news.
fortress.
Fake
It's
news.
a
They
white
didn't vote for Biden.
Fortress. Please, what a
I hate like I don't hate people, but I hate concepts. And one of the biggest aces in the holes that these woke morons have is the bastardization of statistics.
Yeah.
They see a percentage and then immediately say, oh, well, because this percentage is below 50%, therefore it's racist. That drives me up the freaking wall because it just shows, guys, you don't understand numbers. It's like, I freaking hate how they'll say, oh, you see this? 32%, therefore it's oppression.
Yeah.
How does that make sense?
This right here shows why wokey woke.
Oh, Michael Knowles, let me get my holy water.
No. Hold on. Watch.
Change the entire debate.
So why would God equip the average woman to be smarter than men? Do you think it's just for homeschooling their children?
Again, the claim that you made at first, which is that men and women have bell curves, the men's bell curve being wider than the woman's, would not imply that the average woman is smarter than the average man.
Oh, no.
You would line them up
the
exactly.
curve itself, if you actually look at the curves at the top, it's women. The women's curve is taller than the men's curve.
But the IQ of the curve would be on the x-axis, right? That's where you get the extremes. So
explaining how a graph works is wild.
And explaining how graphs work, that's internalized misogynyisms.
Oh man,
guys,
that was good.
This is what we're dealing with here. And guys,
Change the entire debate.
Here, I did a video on her and that other chick because the other chick with the big boobs was a lawyer for a little bit, and then she did OF. This chick was like, I was going to law school and I dropped out and did OF. They straight up said that Biden's administration paid them the whole time. All this woke stuff where they were going on fresh and fit and doing TikToks and going on whatever and going on prison work. They were paid to do this feminist vote for Kamala propaganda. They said so the whole time, you know. So
hey guys, I actually got to head out. It's pretty late, but I really appreciate you having me up. This was fun.
No
I
problem.
enjoyed it.
Anytime,
yeah,
my friend.
Yeah, and good to see you, Marte. Man, we gotta get together for some more debates or something soon here. But just real quick, I'll just mention real quick. I'm gonna be out of town, but when I come back, I do have a debate coming up on the 14th on abortion. So if you guys want to check that out,
I'll definitely check it out, man. Your stuff looks pretty cool, man. I'll check it out.
Oh, you're
work in progress. Thank you.
But you're pro-life. I'm assuming.
Of course.
If you ever debate
violently so
on this, no, but just ask them why they hate black people.
Yeah, that's a good.
No, seriously.
That's good. Yeah, no, you're right.
40% of And then so whenever they make these clinics, they put them in our neighborhoods, and our population has not grown for 40 years. Why do you hate us?
Yeah. That's
and they
good.
won't have an answer. I have the only time, Mo, that I pull the race card is on woke white women. You know what I'm saying? And I've been on TikTok, and I'll drop this, and they have no answer. I usually get booted. But all right, my friend, take it easy.
All right, man. All right, thanks, guys. See you next time. God bless. Nice meeting you guys.
Yeah. Now let's get through more of this.
Schools in black communities do not get funded that well.
There's much more
It doesn't matter because the more that we fund these schools, the worse that they do. You know?
Pretty much.
That grant money doesn't actually fix the systemic problem.
I realize. I'll even concede throwing money at the black problem doesn't. We have an agreement here. Throwing money at black people has never happened. The welfare system has run us into the ground. The problem with this is.
I studied econometrics, so I'm very aware of
Econometrics. I know how to use big words.
Yeah, who cares about that? You know what I'm saying? That doesn't have anything to do with the argument. This is crazy.
What?
It's just another way of him trying to say I'm smarter than you.
Yes. Yep.
It's code.
Didn't help him at all.
No, it didn't. It made him. It backfired in the worst way.
It did. I'll even agree with you, Sir Carl. I'll even concede on that point that if black people do not put money and stake into property, guess what's going to happen? There's going to be a drought in funding that happens. I can actually recognize that and can see that point. Moving on from that, I wanted to get past that because we can get into the weeds very easily. Black homes are absent.
Black communities are all very poor, Marte. And
Hold
the
on.
schools do not get
Before we
funded,
get
which
into-
means the access to be able to get jobs later is not there.
There's a.
Without
I'll tell you what it is.
system
I'll tell you what it
exceptional
is.
black kids. And
You were roboting
We
there for
do
a
not
second.
claim him. He is not one of us.
Yeah, my internet went a little.
Yeah, you're
producing outcomes.
Sorry, guys.
Black community. I'm going to address this. Can you actually address this and engage with the debate when it comes to this? Black fathers are absent from home, so that way, when you have parent-teacher conferences, only
he's getting a
strong black
security
women
blanket.
show up
to
this.
I was about to say he grabbed. I know he was grabbing a towel to clean his whiteboard, but I just went, "Oh no, he's grabbing his security blanket. He's triggered."
Linus. Black women are least likely to fight and be aggressive. Well, actually, they're pretty masculine, but least likely than their masculine counterparts, which are male, to fight for different rules, different educational standards in the classroom, showing up to parent-teacher conferences, things like this. Now, we have a deficiency at homes right now with no black fathers coming in. This is a cultural acceptance that black women have accepted as far as black culture. Where did the term baby mama and baby daddy come from? It came from black culture. We need to eradicate this. This is systemic all across the board with black people regardless. And that affects education. If there's no father in the home, there's no enforcement of education in home.
And people live in poverty amongst violence, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's just ridiculous.
Work at home or any of this stuff. You don't have any of this, barring the classist systemic issues that you brought up.
Okay. Are these something that could be driven more from, there's a few.
No answer. Destroyed.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha.
Ways I want to approach this, but the main one I think would be these types of pathologizing you're doing. Again, I keep saying that word because it's what you're doing. You're hyper specific about criminalization, the nuclear family, and very honestly, they're important things in a young man's life or a young woman's life, right? I'm not going to hand wave that away because it's a reality. Now, the problem here is that you're attributing things incorrectly. Because
what? I'm attributing things incorrectly. Go ahead and inform me.
Okay, I was going to. So a lot of these are primarily, at least if you've ever looked at the data outside of just arrest records, are primarily driven by socioeconomic conditions, right? If you look at poor, similarly, likewise, white communities, for instance, you might find this interesting, but in a similarly likewise community, a rural, or sorry, not a rural, but like a urban, suburban white kid who's in a poor community, in a likewise situation, a black kid who's in a poor black community, black kids on average do better in the educational system, even though the disadvantages are very similar.
Can you show me the stats on this and the data? Can you back that up, actually?
Yeah,
Cooked.
specific, though. Keep that in mind. So
Oh,
my claim
trust
here
me,
is not
bro, is not
black
a
kids.
source.
Oh,
Sorry, guys.
Cooked.
dude, nicely done. Nicely done.
He's cooked.
Yeah, no, show me the receipts.
He's cooked.
You know?
He's cooked.
Yeah, I
And
said, trust me, bro, is not a source. Can you show me the receipts? I just can't even do it once.
I
Dude,
can
I
say
really-
though, hold
I'm
on,
gonna
hold on.
have
Hold on, that guys, because whites are the majority, they do occupy the majority of the top of society, but they also occupy a good chunk of the bottom of society also. So like the most homeless people and everything, but guys, you cannot say that somehow Cletus and them and rural America are getting a worse education than Nug Nug in Baltimore. That's just factually inaccurate.
Also, I want to give a shout out to Vic. Thank you, Vic, for the raid. All hail the victors for raiding my chat and my channel. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Also, hey,
What's up, Vic?
Marque.
How you doing, man?
Just on a side note, is it cool? Can I steal? Trust me, bro, it's not a source.
Yeah,
I
you
like
can.
that is brilliant.
City
I'll
boy,
give you-
city boy.
I like that. Dude, that was awesome.
You know what, guys? I actually think that something changed with the algorithm the last like 4 days. Cause Locke, have you seen increased traffic on your channel?
Oh,
Yeah, probably the last 2 or 3 days. I know Marte has. I have. I think it's been the last couple days with the algorithm. So, and very, very interesting. Anyways, it's YouTube, guys. Our content is we're ice skating uphill, right?
Yeah, our
Anything-
content makes us persona non grata.
Yeah, if we were talking about how awesome the feminists are and strong and independent chicks are, right? And about all these strong and independent women.
I am woman, hear me roar, in numbers too big to ignore.
Or if we were pro, then we'd all have like 500,000 subs by now. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe we should start just doing it but being sarcastic about it.
No, here, lock. Here. Wait. You can put on a dress, right? And a wig, and then all the rest of us will stage a hate crime.
Why do I gotta be the victim?
And then you can start a GoFundMe and we'll split the money. That's my master plan, guys. That's my master plan.
Oh my god! Like the sad part is that could actually work.
Yeah, that might work. Yeah.
All I gotta say is, AJ, it's a good thing you use your powers for good. Oh, my diabolical.
Oh no! Look at that.
You know, allow you to Google this and look this up. One thing I'll say about this debate
I can
is
show
that
you it after. Is that fine?
oh shit. Okay, so you don't have it. Okay, I'm just gonna.
Marte, you were saying?
Yeah, I was gonna say that he actually lost this debate. Like this is like the fourth time during this whole
the
debate
fourth
that he
time.
bombed and destroyed his whole argument.
Yeah, he's lost 4 times. And look at his body language. He knows it, right? That's why.
Why won't
when
this man agree with
specifically
me?
trying to hold his hand to stop you because you're bowling him over, right? So he's physically when you're making points, he's trying to hold his hand up. because
Well,
he
I'm also moderating this debate and debating at the same time.
Yeah, those guys aren't doing anything.
Yeah. What a joke, man.
I do. I just feel like you're just going to derail me right now. And the point is actually, I'm not making a
So,
big claim.
real quick, that's why actually we send it to Tyler. So we can Google right now. It won't derail the conversation.
Yeah, there you go.
Just send whatever you'd like to Google. Just tell Tyler. Just mention it. We don't necessarily need to send anything. Just mention it right online, and Tyler will Google it. Once he finds it, then he'll interrupt us and give us that information. So we don't have to worry about that.
I'll type it in Google as I'm
Right.
giving it
Okay.
to,
So you're actually willing to look this up instead of wait. That's lazy to go ahead and say after the debate. But going on to this, I'd like to explain this. I'm not now.
Don't derail me. Don't derail me. I'm fine pulling up
When are
the
you gonna
source. It's
stop,
not a big deal
Sirkar?
with me, bro.
How long
I
are you
wasn't
gonna
done.
go? Go ahead.
I wasn't done.
Marte, I wasn't done. I want to talk forever.
Dude, Marte. dude,
Come on.
Dude, I love how every single time you're calling him out when he's pulling that crap.
Yeah.
Respect,
Yeah,
man.
you
That's
have
what you
to.
got to do.
You have to call his ass out. It's like, always, yeah.
What a show.
This study is not going to prove that black kids are smarter, by the way. It's a very hyper-specific claim.
Then why bring it up?
Because it shows something about socioeconomic driving versus like your idea that black culture.
Okay, now he's trying to use big words. He's trying to use big words to obfuscate the fact that he's cooked. To try and like be like, really? No, I've been cooked.
And then not to mention this, but remember I asked him for proof, and then he says, "Well, no, it's not proof at all." But and I'm like, "Why bring it up? What?" Stupid.
Inherently is causing things like fatherlessness or like.
Hey, and how's that causal to my claim that I made? How's that causal to the claim that I made, and how are they correlated and related?
Because
Explain to me how that is.
error here. You're attributing things that are driven primarily from something else than just evolution of black culture. There are socioeconomic drivers.
Yes, but here's the thing: even if you can't say the evolution of black culture led to where it is now, how does that address Marte's claim that how it is now is cooked and needs to be destroyed?
But you see what I did? I called him out on this. He's putting words in my mouth. I said, I never said that again. And you have to keep calling them out on their bullshit every time they put words in your mouth.
What a show.
Sirkar, you're pulling shit out of thin air. I never said I'm attributing this from that. I can actually explain this. And not only that, but you also made a misquote. You said, I'm not.
When you make a claim, you are implying that you are attributing
Okay, you
to
can
that
talk
after.
and I don't interrupt, but you can do this all day. I'm not done yet.
I wasn't even finished with the fucking study.
Are you ever going to get done? Go ahead. Let me know when you're done, Sirkar.
Dude, you can't debate. Sorry, go ahead, AJ.
Guys,
Sorry.
This is 2 hours long. If this idiot would get to the point, I guarantee this would be about an hour.
He doesn't have a point.
Hour 20 minutes. Think about how much filibustering this guy has done. He's probably talked for about 5.5 minutes. Marte's been trying to interject and get the debate going again, and this guy just keeps stalling and filibustering. What a joke!
One thing I that I've actually been watching this and finding incredibly interesting is like Sirkar or whatever his name is. One of the biggest reasons why he's a moron is because he assumes he knows everything. Like Marte, you've been asking this guy questions. Like this, like Sirkar doesn't like he acts like he's the authority. And one of the signs of intelligence is that it's that if you don't know something, you're asking questions to learn more. He thinks he has all the answers, even though all he does is freaking ramble and ends up saying nothing. It's the verbal equivalent of lettuce.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Let each other finish. Let's go ahead and go on.
These two suck at moderating.
Yeah, they can't moderate. Those guys can't moderate a wet
what you're
dream.
talking about more than just black culture. And if you don't know that, that's a you problem, not a me problem.
Oh, here we go.
I'm going to
What
send
a
him
jerk.
study, I guess, but at this point, it's kind of not really relevant. It doesn't make big sweeping claims, but I'll send it to him. Okay.
So you're saying it's not relevant, but you're going to why bring it up then?
Because it shows that when there's likewise situations between black kids who are poor and white kids who are poor in the same setting, black kids actually perform better in their educational opportunities.
But they're still going out in car. Let's just grant that as being true, and it's not.
Well, he said, I can prove this, but then he said, when I said, oh, okay, can you prove this? Where's your evidence at? Because trust me, bro's not a source. Then he also, at the side of his other side of his mouth, says, oh, by the way, it's not relevant. What?
Listen. Even if, let's just grant that what he says is true. Nug still carjacking you for your Hellcat. You know what I'm saying? Freaking not Glockatavia has 8 bastard kids. You know what I'm saying? What does that matter? That's actually even worse if they're poor and they're getting educated better than the poor whites, but they're still having worse outcomes than poor whites are. That's even worse.
Yeah, education means nothing if you're not doing anything with it.
Yeah. What a joke.
But if it would be an outlier on a small
because
study,
these are likewise similarly communities. That means like you're taking a closely urban white kid. I'm gonna give you the exact sentence here so you can actually find it because it's a very specific one. Okay, it's something that you can't take. You can't take the study and go further than what I'm saying though. This doesn't prove that black kids are smarter. Doesn't prove that they're more resourceful. What it does show is it isolates a control here to show that what Marte is trying to position here.
I don't see anything in the private chat
somehow
yet.
Failing
What's with his
in
internet?
the educational system because of culture and not because of socioeconomic drivers. He's failing. That's what it's supposed to show.
I
That's how
don't
it's going to
see this
show.
pop up in the private chat. I look right now. I don't see it. I don't want to use Trust Me Bro as a source.
I haven't.
And the funny thing is, though, I asked for relevance. So, Tyler, I asked my debate opponent for relevance, and he said it's not relevant, but which refutes this whole case of bringing up. Can we move on back to the prompts here, Car?
How long have you been harping on this point?
Debate we're on?
yeah, if it's not a fairly large study, I don't know if we can use it.
Yeah,
as
it's irrelevant.
fact
He said
at
it.
that point in time.
He said it's irrelevant himself. I'd like to move on. That's crazy.
Yeah, I was going
You
to say
look so dejected.
let's
So it's
pull it
irrelevant
back to
making
the prompt
claim.
and let's make a claim about the culture, because again, the way that funding goes, if we want to talk about the funding situation, it that's not really the culture. So I paused the time.
Exactly.
but
That's,
I'll go
that's
ahead
actually
and
my
pull
point,
it
though. That's my
back
point.
to the prompt. Well,
No, let me go ahead and rectify this real quick and provide. Yeah,
Dude.
cooked.
Bandit, how you
Absolutely
doing?
Dude.
fried.
How you doing?
Oh, hey, what's going on?
What's up, Bandit?
Hey, what's going on? I was trying to put it in the back chat. I actually clipped a bit from this debate. You were away from the away from your chair from the moment where I clipped it, but he tries to be all big time, saying that Cool Vic doesn't know the past tense of the word would. In motherfucker, would is the past tense of will.
Crazy. Yeah.
Dang, look at this. Bandit's just coming in, just man, coming in hot. He said, "Shots fired! Shots fired!" Here we go. Hold on.
A Cool Vic sent a $5 super chat earlier on. Says W Tyler, W Potato, W Marte, L. Sorry, I'm reading the super chat. L, sorry.
Oh, it's my favorite friend, the guy who doesn't know what past tense is of the word would. Oh, very funny.
Bandit said, Sirke, what
I saw
the
one.
past tense? What would is the past tense of will? And then
Would be is a future in the self past tense, which the word would. The word would. The word would. The word would.
Oh,
I had the
God.
pleasure of watching a reaction video where he most definitely didn't understand what the future in the past tense of would be. The word would. The word would. The word would. Means he went on a very weird.
God, look at that.
Oh
I
man.
missed this. I was gone. I must have been gone during this time. I missed the whole thing. So,
And of course, no, that's the reason why he did it. You were out of the room, so he was trying to get a couple
Yeah.
of cheap shots so you couldn't, without you hearing it. The dude is a freaking coward.
it's like he's getting cheap shots against himself. This is just imploding his
much.
own presence. It's so crazy.
Like, guys, has anyone else felt like some of their brain cells were ready to die after hearing him talk, or is that just me?
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
it was just me.
I think eating lead paint chips is more beneficial to your health than listening to him talk.
Yeah. It's like, great. Now I'm hungry.
Cleaner, how
Anybody
you
got
doing,
some
man?
lead paint around here?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, man.
What's
How
going
are
on,
you?
Cleaner?
Good. You guys hear me all right?
Yep.
Yeah, I can
perfect,
hear you.
man. How you doing?
You're good.
Good. So Marte did something earlier, and Sirkar tried to use an underhanded tactic that I've seen our guys getting demolished with lately, and I just kind of wanted to point it out so you guys could have a better defense for it. So earlier, when Marte was talking to Sirkar about the whole racial thing and all this other stuff, this is just like a minute or so ago. Sirkar says, if you don't know X thing, that's on you. That's not my fault, right? But this is the problem in a debate. If you are trying to present someone else with an argument, it is 100% your responsibility to make sure they understand what it is you're saying so that they can either concede or create an argument for themselves. So what he's doing is a very, very underhanded fucking tactic that I've been seeing people do for quite a while now in debate. Don't put up with that shit. Fight back against that. Just make sure they understand, no, it's on you to describe what it is that you're trying to tell me.
But that's part of the Cleaner. This is part of the whole smug, I call it TikTok Tylenol brain type of mentality where they're just like, I'm just so much smarter than you. And I'm going to bring up some obscure thing and be like, you don't. Okay. A lot of people think that when you say, I don't know, that you lost or that you're conceding something. It's like, no, I don't know. Like if you ask me about particle physics, I don't know. And I'm not going to lie and pretend I do. But if you ask me about it, I said, I don't know. Just like Cleaner says, enlighten me, please. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times when he's doing that because he's, once again, he knows he's cooked, right? He's trying to find any passive aggressive way or even overtly aggressive way to actually get some power back. So, you don't know what this word means, bro? Well, you know what this word means, bro? This obscure word that has nothing to do with the debate?
Well, Sirkar dug himself into a hole because he kept going. All right, so the prompt of the debate was black culture needs to die. That is present tense. That is what is going on right now.
Yes.
Sirkar kept going back to the past tense, like trying to blame Marte, for lack of a better term. But to the point, it's one of those things that when he goes to the past tense, he ends up having the burden of proof with. So when he claims he doesn't know, it's one of those things that he's the one that's fallen on his sword with that.
You know, it's funny, like Cleaner was saying, and I totally get what Cleaner was saying. He was trying to use an underhanded tactic by saying, you don't know such and such or whatever. And what I did was I went around that and said, okay, well, back to your proof. Can you demonstrate? And I asked them for a demonstration. So I just went around that and asked them for a demonstration, which he couldn't prove again. And it's like, yeah.
But the problem...
Yeah, I liked that deflection. I mean, I liked that subversion you did. That was really good. I liked you getting around that. It's good that you did that because, like, when you popped off right there and you said that to him, I was like, you know, I want to say something. I don't want motherfuckers like Sirkar to get away with doing shit like that anymore. We have a problem with accountability in our society, and the only way that we can hold people accountable is to hold them accountable for their words and their actions, right? And if you can't follow the line of logic that creates the cause and effect that is literally action and accountability, then you shouldn't be debating. So hold them to the fucking point and prove they can't debate.
Everyone knew the panel just no F-bombs. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, my apology.
It's fine, but one thing that I can say this is the thing about Secret, myself, Marte, about being black and being conservative and not having this victimhood mentality. So whenever I argue with the wokey wokes and the liberal white chicks and whatever, and they say Jim Crow slavery, is like, I'll grant you all that. Now what? And they never have an answer.
Yeah. That's literally what I just did. And he didn't have a defense against that.
I will grant Jim Crow, slavery, Illuminati, all that. Now what? And what Marte is saying is that now, and they have no answer because they're so used to talking about said problem and not solutions to said problem. Guys, we've been saying the same, not we, but Jesse Jackson, all these idiots have been saying the same crap for 50, 60 years now, right?
They don't. Oh,
for
sorry.
solutions, they never have any, because then you have to hold their feet to the fire. This is like Now and all these NGOs, all this other stuff. It used to be the whole point of like a nonprofit or an NGO that's getting government money should be to make it so that they don't have to be around anymore. You know what I'm saying? We're going to make some organization that's going to clean all of the parks in Detroit by 2040. 2040 comes, the parks are clean, we're done. But look at all, Now and all these minority-based agencies and all this other crap. It went from moving the goalpost to everyone just run this way.
Well, I'm not going to go down a rabbit hole, but I'm just going to say this right here, that what you just said about NGOs is, and you are completely right, but what I'm saying is the idea behind an NGO is complete fucking bullshit, because
all right, F-bombs, please. You're all good, dude, but just
sorry.
Yeah, you're all good, dude. Just my channel, we try and code our language and cut down on the swearing, but you're all good though. You're all good.
It's BS. Sorry, I got a little because trying to get in there between, but so what I'm trying to get at is, so like NGO, like what you're saying there, like an NGO comes up and their whole purpose is to clean up all the parks. Well, if they clean up all the parks, the NGO has no purpose and it goes away. Mm-hmm. So so what ends up happening is the NGO finds other reasons, and it's the same thing with anything that involves government. Is it finds a reason to self-perpetuate, because if it can't do that, it dies. And it's the same thing with I gotta go down a rabbit hole for 30 seconds. The FBI was created to combat motor bandits. Bonnie and Clyde.
Guys. I'll be back.
The FBI was created to combat motor bandits, was to go after Bonnie and Clyde. We don't have that now. But once that situation was taken care of, they needed a problem. They were a solution in search of a problem.
Yeah, they needed a new boogeyman.
Yeah. And so Ronald Reagan said this once, the closest thing we'll find to the closest thing we'll find to perpetual life on this earth is a government program. I'm screwing up the quote, but
one thing I want to say to interject, I know this is kind of like a sidebar back to the argument. Scott in my chat says one thing, and I totally agree with him. Sirkar got angry Andrew for making him prove his claims. Sirkar is very thin-skinned. So this is what he does, is when you put his feet to the fire and make him prove his claims, he gets really agitated, upset, starts huffing this pencil or marker, whatever he has, and his body language gets very nervous.
Yeah, well, he's looked defeated for about the last 15, 20 minutes. I mean, the second time you cooked him, I mean, he just knows he's cooked.
He's the type of guy who surrounds himself with people who just believe he's right.
Yes.
He is used to being like, he lives in an echo chamber.
He has this TikTok style of debating where he must be used to having his mute button and all this other stuff. Because I say, guys, was it that Parker kid and that Dean kid and that Crash Out Kathy chick who Andrew had debated? They're used to being on TikTok in their echo chambers and muting and kicking people who are making good points who oppose them. So that's why Andrew Wilson told that Crash Out Kathy, he's like, "Don't have your mute button now, do you?" And then she started crying. This is the same as these YouTubers who think that they're funny on YouTube, but then try and do stand-up comedy and they totally bomb, because it's a completely different ball game when you're standing on the stage and you got to do crowd control.
Yeah, so, he can't do it here. There's no mute button here. He can't run. He can't flee because he's being held to account by by me moderating the page.
So he corrected himself.
And the funny part is, even though you are destroying this guy, he is going to say that he still won and he won against a bully or something like that.
Good.
You know,
he can say that all he wants to. The video is still up for the record and still on my channel, being seen by many people. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's just,
who is this guy? Like I don't know anything about him. What does he do? Like,
you talking about Sirkar?
As little as possible.
I think he sees himself as the next Destiny.
Why would anybody want that?
That's something to aspire to.
It's like,
and might I add,
gay. Exactly.
I will add this. Yes, Sirkar, he strikes me as the type of guy who's very happy that his wife's boyfriend is a nice guy.
It's like, you better start filleting men real fast because it's going to take a lot to catch up to Destiny. That's
well, here's the thing, though. If he's going to be the new Destiny, that means that he's going to be the only person on the panel that's a guy that's ever sucked dick. So yeah,
I can tell you guys, Destiny should not be in any shape or form anything any man wants to aspire to, dude. Come on.
No matter, like, dude, I could be living in the gutter, homeless, in a cardboard box, and every night I would look up to the sky and say, "At least I'm not Destiny."
Yeah, facts, dude. Can you imagine if you had a son who was like 13 or 14? You're like, what do you want to do with your life? Daddy, I want to be Destiny.
Let's get a cane. We're getting this done. Knife or wrench, son, you choose.
What would you do? Oh, no.
That's a paddling. That is definitely a paddling.
What they say, choose the sword and you join me. Choose the ball and you join your mother.
Can I ask a question of you gentlemen?
Sure.
Why you think this happened in society? This is something that actually used to happen in society. And this is not a joke, all right? Grown men would throw other grown men over their knee if they were acting like a child and paddle them with a wooden paddle. They would do the same thing to their wives and their children. Why did we stop doing this?
Well, what I say is, I'm from Washington State. Washington State is one of two mutual combat states. So if someone's pissing you off, you can call a cop, you can call him over and say, I challenge this man to a mutual combat. If he says yes, and the officers there, you guys can fight it out. Guys, why don't we
need to bring that back?
I don't know. I'm in the other state, by the way.
Dead ass.
I agree with you.
They say manners make it the man. Why? Because in Japan and China and France and Belgium and certain native tribes, if someone pissed you off, you said, look, I challenge you to a duel. And if they said no, their manhood was gone or whatever. Yeah, and then if their wife talked mess, you could challenge that guy to a duel because his wife mouth off to you. So you not only do you have to have manners, but you tell your woman, shut up. I don't want to take on Big Butchie over there.
Well, and think about it this way too, though. That level of social shame made it so that women knew if they said the wrong thing and got their husband killed, they would never find another man that would support them or help them or anything. You know,
exactly.
And now, spousal shaming is practically its own economy now.
Yeah.
Well, as long as it's from women to men, yeah, but not when men shame women. No.
Yeah. No, I should have rephrased that.
A story yesterday. This one guy paid off all of his girlfriends, not wives, girlfriends' debts because she was stressed out and pissed off, and she grew up poor, and then he was doing decent, and then she said that they couldn't get married until her bills were paid off, so he paid off her bills, and she left the house and went back to her mom's house and was crying. And he said, "Am I the asshole?" And all these women were like, "You are the asshole. She was trying to be independent. You took that from her. You crossed the boundary. He paid off her bills."
Yeah.
Well,
What are you talking? Well, he's a simp, obviously, but you can't.
I was just about to say it's his fault for being that much of a dumbass for paying off her. Well,
your bills are your problem.
Let's give the best case scenario. Let's steel man that. He pays off her bills and she marries him. Is that the kind of woman you want to marry that's going to rack up a ton of debt?
Of course not. But here's the thing: these guys, they don't understand the term financially unattractive. Now, that used to be a term that women used for men. They would say, "Look, you know what I'm saying? It's the 40s, 50s, or the medieval times. Can this man provide? Is he going to go to work, bring home the bacon? Because middle class, white, poor whites, blacks, whatever. Most women work. It was a small percentage that didn't work, but they had more side jobs or other things. Now it's the other way around. The average woman has like $60,000 to $90,000 in student loan debt. They have credit card debt, high interest car loans, right? You'd have to be an idiot to marry a woman who has massive amounts of debt. Because I know 3, not 1, not 2, but 3 men whose wives are pharmacists, and they have over $250,000 in student loan debt.
Insane.
Why? Why would you do such a stupid thing?
Especially when you don't need all that debt to become a pharmacist.
Yeah,
hold on. Just what I'm getting at is the pharmacist's job was a fallback. That's a poor decision on top of a poor decision.
Yes, but the issue though is this: I know multiple women who they could have got a full ride scholarship to a state school or go into debt for Ivy League. Guys, what do you think they did?
They went to the Ivy League because
ding.
Because it was their dream college.
Yeah, why 75% of college debt is owned by women. Men are either not going to college. Guys, I have a master's degree. I recommend all you young guys, you don't need to go to college, guys. You don't. I have 2 friends of mine that are multimillionaires and never went to college.
If you're gonna take schooling, get a trade.
Yes,
trade.
Guys,
big time.
IT
Absolutely
is a trade. A friend of mine makes $340,000 a year. He just has his IT certs. Okay, so guys, you do not need to go to school. And here's the crazy thing: if you have your roofing business or your electrician, you see these data center electricians starting out making $266,000 a year. And you're driving home in your work truck with your unit with your work belt on, and you see a bunch of broads looking at you like, psh, guys, they're doing you a favor. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, you know, the funny thing about this is Sirkar during this debate says that black community should move towards trades because somehow that's going to increase more debt compared to colleges. It's really ridiculous.
That we shouldn't move towards trades?
Yeah, he demonizes
that's
trades.
stupid.
What is he smoking? Like,
we need more tradesmen.
These are the arguments he's making there during this debate later. Like, it's just ridiculous. He makes stupid argument after stupid argument.
Black women have more student loan debt than anyone else. So what is he talking about?
And of course, I was one of those guys. I did drink the Kool-Aid. I did what I was told. I went to college, got my bachelor's and all that stuff. But I actually did it slightly smarter because I went to, there's ways to get a degree where you don't end up getting like the deficit of a third world nation in your, as student loan debt.
Yeah.
And there's smart ways to go about it. But when it comes to university education, everybody, they just want the experience.
Yeah.
I want to go to the dream college. I want to live the dorm life. I want to have the stories. It's not about the education.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's about
Well, they don't get an
going someplace and
education.
getting drunk.
Yeah, not at
Yeah,
all.
you don't.
Now they're getting indoctrinated.
Yeah, that's all it is. They get
It's a
told how
joke.
to think by people that hate. All they get taught is how to hate their parents, how to hate the way of life they grew up on.
And hate
Yeah,
America.
Don't you learn how to do that when you're a teenager by default, though? Do you really need to pay like 120 grand for that?
Yeah. And NYU, that one video that I did where these chicks were listing off all their useless degrees. That NYU Gallatin is $80,000 a year, and they're literally going to school for underwater lesbian dance theory.
I think
I love that twist on the whole, because usually people just go underwater basket weaving, but that underwater lesbian dance theory that's gold right there.
Here you go, guys. Here you go. Watch.
Hi, I'm Melanie. I'm studying the unseen body and creative spaces, erasure exposure of the queer.
Hey, I'm Nina, and I studied the arts, education, and social justice.
I'm Joyce. I studied decolonial intimacies, indigenous politics, and resistance.
I'm Victoria, and I studied remembering or forgetting, navigating international conflict through collective memory.
Hi, I'm Kira, and I studied textiles and environmental justice.
Hi, I'm Nunyala. I'm studying living artfully, art as ritual therapy, and pathways of decoloniality.
I'm Naomi, and I'm studying Black political economy.
I'm Natalie, and I'm studying fashion history and gender studies.
My name is Marie, and my concentration is the radical deception for survival, development in sub-Saharan Africa, and social anthropology.
Would you like fries with that? That's basically what they're saying. Do you want Do you want whipped cream on your frappuccino? You know what I'm saying? That's what they're saying.
I'm Ava, and I study I'm woman, fugitive family, relationships, and identity. The transformative Black woman.
Unmarriageable Black woman.
I think I understood some of the things
Might I
that
add,
they
guys,
said.
Streets. I'm a bitch from the streets. I get the money. I get that money. Bitch, give me what you got.
What a joke!
I mean, I don't blame her though.
And they're so freaking. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say I mean I don't blame her or other women for taking the path of least resistance. I don't blame men for taking the path of least resistance. And we're talking about student loan debt, something that a lot of people don't say with this. $1.6 trillion a year the U.S. government spends on student loan debt, and 65% or higher each year over the past 5 years has been from women. And they're getting brainwashed into believing the men that are paying for them to go to college hate them and want the worst for them.
Well,
here's the
hold on.
thing.
I
Wait.
push back on that because
Hold on. They're 75% of the debt is owned by them, right? So they're carrying this debt year over year. So on the back end, they're crippled by student loan debt. Because I do videos on this all the time.
Yeah.
This is not the path of least resistance because they're never going to pay off this debt. Now, here's the thing. I covered an article that said men are the only net taxpayers. When you actually look at how much money that women pull out for these single moms that pay that have a minimum wage jobs and then get 12 grand back for the taxes because they're bastard kids. Men are the only net taxpayers. Women do not actually pay into the tax system. And they want student loan forgiveness, which means they want men to bail them out.
But that's the point, because all right, they go to school, rack up hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt, and then can't find a job. Who are they going to blame? It's men, the same people they were taught to hate.
It's awfully nice to be part of the genderisms that's the blame for everything.
But guys, here's the thing. Gen Z. This is the most beautiful part about today's society. 2025, 2026, you white guys aren't having it anymore, and I'm so glad. Glad. That's why the race card is out. Guys, my white male friends, my white male subscribers, you guys aren't having it anymore. Gen Z white men are not having it. They're not. They're saying they're like, oh, you have to sit here, you cisgender hetero white men, and listen to us. Guys, I say the two most important questions, the two bells that were rung that can't be unrung with men. Number one, men are looking around saying, what are we getting out of getting married, having kids, and being productive? What are we getting? And nothing's ever been able to articulate to men what we get. Not these feminists, not these trad-cons, not nothing. I say there's a horse and a cowboy riding through the Old West, right? The cowboy needs the horse because he can't walk to the next town. The horse just needs the cowboy because it can eat shrubs and all this other stuff. What if the horse goes, what am I getting out of carrying this cowboy? And the cowboy can't articulate an answer, and he bucks him off and leaves. The cowboy dies. The second thing, hey, Lock the Bounty Hunter, you can't talk bad about LDHD TVs. You can't talk bad about blacks. Lock goes, or else what?
Yeah, pretty much.
Or what are you gonna do about it? Oops.
Yeah, I saw a video on TikTok. I actually covered it on an older episode from a couple months ago, but this woman had like this laundry list of questions she was going to ask guys out on dates, but because guys aren't taking her out on dates, she's never going to ask them. And one of her questions was, have you ever had a racist thought? And my immediate reaction was, often and proudly. You got it. Yeah, it's like at this point, you know what? As a white man, I'm the harbinger of racism, so you know you might as well just own it up to it at this point.
It's just ridiculous. Like here's the thing: the people go. I've said this once before. Oh, you stupid Christians! You guys assume that God did it, so you guys can't think critically because you presuppose the answer to everything. It's like, well, hey, wokey woke. You guys say white people are the problem. You guys think you have the answer for everything, and that's white men, right? So you're doing the same thing that you accuse Christians of doing.
Well, hey, at least for us, we have the answer. They just have the problem.
Well, but here's the thing, though.
Well, that is actually the problem, though. That is actually the problem. See, and this is something that women have come away from understanding is like, so in the 90s and early 2000s, the feminist regime was telling them one thing, and women were telling men, we want you to be like this, right? And then the next era comes along, and they're like, all right, well, we don't want you to be like that anymore. We want you to be like this. And it's the exact opposite. And then the next era comes along, and they're like, well, we just hate men. And so, like, as men, we are problem solvers. So when we hear these things, what do? Well, the first era, men changed because they're like, oh, okay, well, chicks just want us to do this. And then, you know, we get to marry them. Cool. That's awesome. I'll do that. And then the next era comes and they're like, well, we want you to do this instead. Oh, okay, well, we'll do that. Well, then the next era comes and they say they hate men. We made a pregnancy robot. All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
yeah.
I mean, women, look, you're like, really, we're problem solvers. If you give us a problem that is an existential crisis that will doom humanity, we'll fix it and you won't be a part of it.
Exactly.
And the thing is,
you won't like the answer.
The only point that I say women actually have a leg to stand on is it is men's fault. There's no such thing as an involuntarily celibate male. There is a benevolently celibate male. There is no involuntarily celibate male.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's a hot take. I know, but listen.
I need you to repeat. Hold on. I need you to repeat what you just said.
There is no such thing as an involuntarily celibate male. There is a benevolently celibate male. Now, I'm saying generalities. I'm not saying, you know, every extension and every exception.
We know what you mean.
Generally.
Yeah.
So women can look at other countries and see what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, you know, the countries where they have to wear a burqa, the countries where they don't get to have any rights to not speak in public.
Yeah.
Like we're benevolent here.
Yeah.
We're not involuntarily celibate.
Well, I say
Hashtag not all.
Guys,
hashtag not all.
The average 14-year-old boy can tear the average 304 limb from limb.
Oh, yeah.
I've taken jiu-jitsu, judo, kickboxing. I've seen 14-year-old boys against grown women that were like, you know, that competed professionally against 14-year-old boys who'd been training for a couple of years, and they've been wrecking these rods. Andrew Wilson, he has his whole force doctrine thing, and that perfectly kind of sums up what us men just know. The
Sure.
only reason why these dunderheads have rights is because we give them to them. And here's the thing that they don't get, and that's why I'm glad that Marte and Andrew Wilson have started using Afghanistan as an example, because this has happened like 2 years ago. The men who said that the women had rights left, and then the men who said that they don't took over, and now they're totally cooked. And there's nothing they can do about it. And we have what I call, guys, the arrogance and the ignorance of abundance, right? These women, they're arrogantly ignorant, and they have these ideas that you can only have when your belly's full, when you have food and water and power.
Right. When your survival needs are taken care of.
Okay, I got to push back. I disagree with all of you guys. Sear Carr weighs 90 pounds. He can't fight a 14-year-old girl.
No, he would let the 14-year-old girl beat him up because it'd be the first time a woman's ever touched him.
Yeah. You know what? Yeah, probably mostly true. Yeah.
You know, this may be another hot take, but I think even Sear Carr could take on most military women.
Oh, no.
I'm not.
You look
after
look behind Sear Carr,
guys versus military girls thing. I don't know. Skinny guys versus military girls, and they were neck and neck, bro. Neck and neck. I don't know.
Hey, you look behind Sear Carr at that piano.
So
he's gonna tell those girls, "Can you tickle my ivories?"
Yeah, here, guys, we'll watch like 2 or 3 more minutes. I gotta head out here. But what were you saying, Locke?
Yeah.
I just wanted to piggyback something off the abundance mindset. There was another time in recent memory where we actually did have ignorance in the form of an abundance mindset. Do you know what group of people I'm talking about?
Romans?
Yeah, the Romans.
No, the freaking hippies.
Oh, you meant closer to our time.
Boomers. The boomers had the same mentality.
Well, guys, here's the thing, and I'm not trying to say, look, I know that it's cliche to like hate on the boomers, but here's the thing that I can say is this, right? And not all, but there's a good chunk of boomers who grew up in, you remember, from, was it 55 to 73? No, 52 to 73 was 25 odd years of like the highest economic like increase or boom in history, right? So you guys see how Disney and all these corporations that are making all this money, they start getting making stupid mistakes. Or like, you guys remember when Mike Tyson kind of forgot what got him to the championship? He started making mistakes, right?
Yeah.
A lot of the boomers who were in college and who were being hippies, they said, hey, look, everything's so good. Maybe this traditionalism that got us through World War I, World War II, Korea, the cough of 1918 and all these thousands of years, that's just stupid. We don't need that anymore. And they planted the seed of deconstructing society while they still had enough time in the late 70s and the 80s to get married, buy a house for cheap, raise two kids. You look at what is it, Family Ties with Michael J. Fox, where his parents were hippies and then he was a Republican. I guarantee they were screw the man, blah blah blah. But now they're family people living in a house with a picket fence. So that little seed was planted by those people, and now this is where we're at now. So
it's a very long history of social engineering that we've gone through to get to the point where we're at now. But the cool thing is, we are, because of technology and the way that people use social media right now in the world, the entire world, not just America, we are flying through social eras faster than we ever have.
That's facts. That's facts.
That is true. I'll give you that.
Yep, that's facts. Yep.
It means we have a chance of normalizing quicker too, you know?
But here's the thing, us men will be just fine. Because guys, we've
we're
always
good.
occupied the worst outcomes in society. Junkies, homeless, mentally ill. But guys, what this feminism did is it opened the Pandora's box, and now these women are having the same outcomes as us men. Guys, go to California, go to Portland, Oregon, San Francisco, Seattle. You see homeless women Homeless women. Growing up, I never saw homeless women in the 80s.
I don't
Never.
know. Hell.
I don't think I ever did either. Maybe like one, but it was in like the most horrible part of town you'd see one, right?
Yeah.
But it just almost never, yeah.
Well, there was always that one Coke prostitute.
Yeah.
I'm trying to clean it up, you know.
Lady of the night, addict.
It's a hard one to clean up.
Yeah. But now they're everywhere, guys.
No, I mean literally, rehab doesn't even work.
Bandit, because you guys are new to my channel. So I'm from Seattle. So I'm from the Northwest. So Seattle's trash. The whole West Coast can fall off in the ocean. Go to KGW News and look at Portland, Oregon. Guys, Portland, Oregon looks like you guys remember?
Yeah.
Who run Bartertown? Master Blaster. Master Blaster runs Bartertown. That's what Portland, Oregon looks like. Bro, they legalized all drugs for 5 years. Meth, coke, fentanyl. And what happens is they have what was called migratory drug use. So all the junkies from Northern California, Utah, Nevada, Montana, Idaho, Washington, all went to Portland, Oregon. And now 40% of Portlandians plan on leaving in the next 3 to 5 years.
Well, hey, I live in Virginia, and based on on that vote that happened yesterday, we're playing catch up real fast to you.
Wow, yeah, that chick is nuts, man. That broad, that guy. Oh man, isn't that crazy?
Oh, don't get me started on. Well, her name's Spanberger, but there's an easily identifiable slam name for lack of better.
It's a mess. Yeah.
Socioeconomic.
When I talk about education, I wasn't talking about from a socioeconomical standpoint. I'm talking about absentee fathers due to a cultural absence. And if you look at the stats, women in this divorce. Hold on, I didn't even interrupt. I tried not to interrupt you. So
he's such a soy boy, dude. Like,
God,
no stoicism at all. It's just pseudo stoicism.
You know, like, this is the type of why do I have the overwhelming desire to want to get a paper bag full of dog poop and light it on fire in his front door? Like something tells me if you were to do that to him, he would cry about it for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
He reminds me of the kid. He reminds me of the kid that had everything given to them as a child.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I get where you're coming from.
The new Beamer in high school. He. Yeah. This seems like a way.
What do you mean? I only got the 2016. The 2017 model just came out.
My dad hates me, man.
And I've got the timer paused to kind of get you guys back on track, and then we'll start the timer again.
Thank you.
Let him get this out for real quick, and then I'll give you a minute to hit your part out, and then we'll start the timer. So go ahead, Marte.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So the relevance in mine's actually is relevant. Women initiate divorce at a rate of 61%. Guess what? Black culture.
Uh-oh.
Oh yeah, my mic started acting really acting stupid. But my point is that women, and this is something the red pill community can't even agree with, women initiate divorce at a high rate. Black community, as far as black women, initiate it higher.
Yeah.
And it's insane.
Yeah, it's 80 to 90%. And black marriages only last 3 to 5 years.
Well, they gotta be married to the government. How can they be married to a husband when they're married to the government?
Bandit, I did an article. I looked at an article. It was saying that the amount of benefits that a woman with children can get from the government, it's
more than what she can make at working a job.
It out earns what a man that's making $60,000 to $75,000 a year can bring after taxes.
Yeah.
So, all right, I'm not going to dox myself, but I've worked with women and women of color that have that when they worked for me, it was their second job, and because they were making the job when them working for us put them over the threshold where they were going to get a cut to welfare. They quit. They didn't quit working for us. They quit working for their main job.
Yeah.
Do you know what a veteran who's missing an arm or a leg gets from the government?
POB, a pat on the back.
Yeah, until they file a disability claim. Once they file a disability claim, they'll get up to $1,000 a month to live off of.
Yeah, I don't know. I know people who work at the VA, guys, and our veterans deserve a lot better.
Yeah,
I honestly think that we need to dismantle the welfare system, and all benefits should be for the elderly, the disabled, and veterans. Other than that, you got to make it work on your own.
I would agree if they would agree to make sure those funds went towards rehabilitating. Like, all right, so as a military guy, when you go into the military, you get brainwashed into the ideology of the military ideal soldier, like what they need you to be, and that's fine. That's so you can do a job, right? But when you come out, you should be deprogrammed so you're not hostile towards the civilian population, so you don't have mental issues, PTSD, all kind. Like, that should happen when you're getting out, and that doesn't. That's where I want the money to go.
Cleaner. I can tell you why that is, because all right, when they come in and they need you to, they program you to work a certain way. It's because they expect a return on investment. But when you're going out of the military, and you need to be able to, they don't need you to be able to function in society, because you're no longer their responsibility. It's you need to be able to function in society. There's no return on investment for them, so they say, well, fuck that, or shit.
Right.
Sorry, I did it again.
Guys, look at this. Just so I did a video on this 2 years ago. Guys, white dudes aren't joining the military. Like the white male enlistment rate is down 56% to 44%. Hold on. There was an article that was before that. Army sees sharp decline in white recruits. Guys, look at that. Look at that.
And the funny thing is,
hold on, lock. If guys,
yeah, go ahead.
We're cooked.
Yeah,
you're telling me that the largest group of men are not joining the mill? We're cooked. We're cooked.
Nah, we're not cooked. We're not cooked, bro. In that search right there, just type in what percentage of U.S. military active duty are from Texas, and don't worry about it. We Texans got you.
No, but what I'm saying is that shows a lot about the modern men, young men's mindset, right?
I get it.
More than anything else. And this is a result of feminism telling young men that if you go out there, you are, especially you white guys, you are succeeding at the cost of said group. If Bandit or Locke or Cleaner get anything, you've taken it off the plate of a black woman or whatever. It's just ridiculous.
I think the Texas argument is just a stopgap. That's one state. Granted, we could fit like 3 different states in there. But if you're relying on one state and using this as a metric for why we're still good, I think it's really bad, especially when single motherhood's going up and you have a bunch of men being conditioned by feminism now because they're being raised by single moms. I think the trajectory is going to go down. And that's what AG's pointing to, is it's not a really good indicator, I think. Yeah. That's just my opinion.
I get what he's pointing at, Marte. I'm just saying that I think that, like, Texas is just one example of a handful of states that submit a lot of people, a lot of good quality people to the military. What I'm saying is, it's okay. This social era that we're going through that's screwing us all up right now, us guys that are doing the job, us guys that are going out there, that are getting into the military, they're doing that, making sure that everybody else is safe. Don't worry. The country will survive. We'll get through this. It will be okay. This is a really hard point for us right now, but it will be okay. We'll get there.
Well, before Cleaner spoke, I had a steel man for him, because you look at the demographics of Texas. How many Hispanics are in Texas? And the article that was pulled up was strictly about white men not joining the military. It's one of those things that you can make an argument that it's going to be Texas, but to counteract it, it's Hispanics. But to the point of
if I could just interject
white,
really fast though, if we have an engineering firm, okay, and 90% of engineers are male and 10% are female, but we're told that we have to hire 50-50 from the men and the women. That means that by the numbers, we're going to get less qualified women because we have to choose from a smaller pool, correct?
Yeah, yes. I just be clear when it came to that, I was doing devil's advocate.
Yeah. So that's what I mean by the largest group of men, which would have a larger group of qualified and better men, is not joining the military. That's a scary thing. But keep going, Ben.
The one last thing I wanted to say about the that article where you had that white men are not joining the military. Yes, I'm not going to discount what you said about the society where women are the top of girl bosses, all that BS. But one other thing I think that can't be discounted is, I think a lot of it. I don't know if it's filtering into the younger generation, but it's definitely becoming prevalent to society as a whole. All right, back when we were of enlistment age, it was one of those things like, the government does certain things, but I don't know if they're actually doing this. Or we were more susceptible to, the government would never do that. And now, especially after the Wu flu, we're like,
cough.
Yeah. You think the government wouldn't do that? Not only would they do that, they've probably done it about 2 or 3 times, both to citizens and to people outside of the U.S.
But here's the thing, Bandit. Okay. Put a 1 if you guys agree. Capitalism is a masculine mindset. Communism is a female mindset.
Yeah, I'd buy that one.
Women in crisis, they want more government. Even if it's a made up one, men, the last thing that most men who have testicles want is more government.
Govern me harder, daddy.
Yeah, and this just shows in blue states. It doesn't make any sense. So Sweet Auntie says nothing's worth fighting for these guys anymore. Facts. Yep. I appreciate that, guys. Let's watch like 2 more minutes of this and then I gotta head out. But yeah, guys, thanks for all you guys that are here late. I usually go live at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Marte, let's see. We'll have to do another one of these where we just talk about Black culture in general. You know what I'm saying? Because
that's like my wheelhouse.
Yeah. So.
It's the volume's off on this one. Yeah. Divorces at 79%, and when they do this, we have this acceptable normative culture of baby mamas, of strong Black women. This is seen in media, which is also integrated with culture. This is seen in news. This is seen in all kinds of culture.
In the church, right? Music, movies, TV shows, social media. You know what I'm saying?
When you talk about this being co-opted, yes, I'll even agree with you. BET was co-opted and ran by a white person. Now, we could talk about the Jays all day and all this. It makes more of my argument that it should be destroyed and replaced with something more optimal. I actually have a solution here for you if you're ready for it, Sirkar.
Okay. I don't really think you're explaining anything. I think you're just kind of renaming selective pathology and saying it's a whole culture.
Absentee fathers is normative in the
jerk, man.
You see what he's doing? This is nonsense.
Jerk.
What is he even talking about? Like, he's been cooked at least 5 times. You know what I mean?
Constantly grilled.
And you can just tell in his body language because he's been like what is it called? Just desperately searching for something on his computer the entire time. You know what I mean? And he's just cooked.
Culture, is it not?
Well,
you think Black culture actually puts forth you should be an absentee father? Is that really your fucking claim?
I didn't say that. I said, is it normative and acceptable? If I told you right now, even stereotypes are driven from some derivative of truth, right? So if we talk about the memes that are on Black culture right now, my Tyrone's dad went out to get.
Yeah. Did you see this?
Pull out game, mate. Pull out game, mate. We got just don't pull out, bitch. For you motherfuckers that want to know, I don't pull out. It ain't weak, motherfucker. I don't pull out. Fuck.
That's what you see. That's what you see. You know what I'm
He
saying?
sounds like a proud dad.
It's a joke, guys.
Why is it somewhat normative or accepted? No, why is it somewhat normative or accepted? Because they like it or because of something else?
What does that matter?
Right.
What does that
Talking
matter?
about?
Once again, guys, my house is on fire. Here, instead of putting it out, I'm going to sit here and try and figure out what started it. Put the fire out first.
Right.
No, I would just answer his question to defeat it. Like, I would just say, oh, yeah, sure. Well, propaganda did that.
Well, hey, AJ, that guy that you just showed the clip of, his pull-out game is weak. Searcar's put-in game is weak.
The government definitely pushes the idea of what they call quote-unquote black culture, which is like rap music talking about all the horrible stuff that it does. And not all rap music does, but you know what I mean?
But
like,
cleaner,
they push
cleaner.
the things that degenerate that
It gets
society,
even
though.
crazier if you look at California and Chicago and even, I mean, look at that and how they're letting these criminals out of jail. Restorative justice. The dude who stabbed, I mean, who deleted the woman on the train in Charlotte.
Sure.
You know
Well,
what I'm
and the thing they're doing to Nick Shirley here recently, where they're
Yes.
trying to criminalize him, and
Yes.
he's the one going out and finding the criminals.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree. This
There's a
is
woman-
an upside down metric. Our United States right now, they're trying to deconstruct our social norms,
Look at this. Wow.
and that's the only reason I say Searker's question was kind of relevant, right?
Look at this. Look at this.
He works downtown 1 day a week. Today, she's still suffering the consequences of that random attack. But it is what she found out about the person who prosecutors say did it that has led her to speak out.
He hit me with such force.
Sitting at home in Lake Villa today, Kathy Miles admits the last thing she remembers before her assault on August the 19th is walking past Block 37 in the Loop on the way to the Union Station.
I woke up and my coworker was standing above me saying, "You're okay. We're in the hospital. You've been assaulted."
She then passed out again.
The next thing I remember is my daughter, Deanna.
So she was walking, and Nug said, and just right up side her face.
Saying, "Hi, Mama. I'm here. You're okay."
And while she doesn't remember what happened, a colleague who was walking with her at the time told her this.
She had said this man came in between the two of us, shoved us apart, and then hit me in the face.
That punch left Miles with several broken bones in her face, as well as a concussion. According to police, she was...
Look at that, guys. Look at that right
well,
there.
Well, 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 well.
There's Nug. There's Nugtavius right there. You know what I'm saying? Guys, no, I don't want to be around this guy, and I'm black.
AJ,
You know what I'm saying?
so I'll never take offense to First Amendment calling me Uncle Ruckus again, actually.
by 32-year-old William Livingston. A record search produced 13 mugshots of Livingston going back to 2012.
13.
Wait. Hold- all right, so
recognition. That's severe pattern recognition
Guys,
for
one
real.
at a time.
I'm sorry, but hey, they identified him. His first name is William. Do you think he goes by William? Do you think William is the kind of name that he goes by? Is probably like Willie, whatever the
Little
yeah,
Will.
no. He goes by
He goes by Little Will. That's the name he goes for.
Look at this.
But this is the
Watch.
definitive
Listen,
definition
guys,
of what a pattern recognition is for sure.
This is the good part. Watch.
A number of those arrests for aggravated assault and battery of both women and police officers,
Look at
something Miles found out after the fact.
Like, what is enough? You know, what does someone have to do where
Who did you vote for, dumb?
Exactly.
You voted to defund the police. You voted for that goofball Brandon, what's his name, mayor. You voted for the goofball DA who lets these morons out of jail over and over and over and over again.
He's going to be, they're going to be held accountable.
According to online records, Livingston's history of random acts of violence against women goes back 8 years. In 2017, he was accused of randomly attacking 2 women months apart. Both cases were dropped. In 2022, Livingston was sentenced to 5 years in prison after prosecutors said he punched and attempted to rob 4
Liberal
women
judges.
within 20 minutes in the Loop. And yet, just 14 months later, in 2023, while on parole, Livingston was arrested for hitting a woman in the face on North Michigan Avenue. And in 2024, he was sentenced to 100 days in prison after punching a 15-year-old girl, also on North Michigan Avenue.
I'm not going to let someone speak for me. I need to speak for myself. I need to say something. If I say nothing and something, he does this to another person,
There's nothing you can do because who you voted for, you dunderhead.
Yeah.
This is why, once again, guys, I am black. Look, you can talk bad about Nug here all you want, because it doesn't apply to me or Marte or anyone else that's of our ilk.
AJ,
You know what I'm
how
saying?
do I get that race card in the corner? Because this EBT card isn't swiping as well. I'm just curious.
Hey guys, here.
That's a good card.
Hey, AJ.
Holy crap, that was good, Marte. That was good.
Activate that. I need that.
Hey, AJ, what you need to play is that clip from The Jerk. It was never easy for me. I was born a poor black child.
Guys, look. All right, okay. Guys, this is a little depressing. Let's lighten things up, guys, here. Guys, you know what? Let's look at some real pattern recognition here. And if you guys have been part of my channel for a while, you guys know that this is the best page on Instagram. Watch.
Morning starts off with some
What
seamounts,
I eat in a day as a 40-year-old single mom getting back in shape.
water with chia seeds, lemon, and ginger, electrolytes, and some amino acids.
You're gonna eat my food?
Well.
Damn.
Well.
What are the chances that... Hi, my name is Storm. I'm a solo mom and I'm also a working mom. So get ready with me to go work at the club. I actually...
Nobody cares.
I'm a single mom and I'm a working mom.
Did
And
she
she's
say
getting
she was
ready.
going to work at the club? Is that what she said?
Well.
She was going to go work out at the club.
Oh, work out at the, I see.
Do you guys get the joke?
Uh-huh.
Locke, do you get it?
What are the chances that...
One of the rules that I live by is I don't believe in perfection. Perfection is a waste of time.
Well.
See, I thought she was gonna.
Well.
I thought she was gonna stick the child in the dishwasher and it was gonna come out white.
Guys, here's the thing. Guys, if I've had people on my channel, this isn't funny, you're racist. I'm like, why is it all these chicks managed to find Nug? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, pretty much.
Why is it that out of all the black men out there on planet Earth, you find Nug? Do you think that these guys, I work with black men that are professionals like me. These are doctors, lawyers, all this stuff. You didn't get pregnant by one of them. Oh, no. Look, I'm doing all this alone.
Well, hold on. I can explain why. Because the black guy that was the surgeon or, had his life together knew to stay the fuck away from her.
Yeah.
Well, not even that.
Guys, okay, no F
Their
bombs.
burst of failure is through the roof.
Please. Let's just no F bombs and code your language. Watch. I'm doing it all alone. I don't call it co-parenting. I call it abandonment. Look.
Oh, there's the baby.
Look, there's copyright music. Watch.
Well.
I can explain it. I mean,
Well.
I've got
advice
one on this.
for single moms, part 1, because I'm probably going to do many parts to this.
Yeah,
Oh,
bet.
Lord.
I don't have any red flags.
Yeah, that hybristophilia is through the ceiling with these women.
How much you want to bet she's got OnlyFans account?
Well, well, well.
Damn.
Well.
Nug knows no bounds.
It's like, no, they go after the worst men possible because these women were raised up to, I don't want to say embrace their emotions, but their emotions are their primary driving factor. So they go after the worst men possible because it's the most freaking exciting.
Be a little bit. So like being black, there's a certain type of like white chick that only dates black guys. You can just tell, right? Guys, I always despise those rots. You can just tell by looking at these, like, being a single mom or an ICU nurse feels like I'm drowning. Look.
Well,
a little bit more thoughtful, a little bit kinder.
AJ, well, those are called snow bunnies, and we have a expert on them.
Oh, shut up.
Well.
You know the part I dislike about this is that like all through all these social media eras, women have been complaining about all kinds of things. Black people have been complaining about all kinds of things as far as cultural appropriation. And there's no black women complaining that like white women are taking their men or having their babies.
No.
Is this something that we just don't see on the other side so
all
much?
the time. No. Are you kidding? There's a whole like anytime any black male celebrity or anytime I've ever been with a white chick. Are you kidding? All the black chicks around me. All
really?
that I used to hear. Oh yeah, it was.
Wow.
I'm gonna kill your bitch ass, bitch. You know what I'm saying? And then
Oh
the
my
girl
God.
that I was with, all the
I'm gonna kill you, you fucking whore.
dude. Oh no. You guys know what the biggest show that there was that one show Scandal, where the president was banging the black chick. He was cheating on his wife. Can you imagine if that show had a black president cheating on his black wife with a white chick? Oh, there'd be hell to pay. B-dubs hate when black men are with white women. They can't stand it. They cannot stand it. That's one of the biggest things. If you're anywhere near successful or on social media and you get with a white chick in the black community, you're cooked because the black community is a matriarchy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The closest thing we had to that was Obama, but he didn't go for white chicks. He went for white dudes.
He just went for
Transformers, he's with Big Mike. You understand?
He preferred.
Yeah, I was thinking about the Transformers.
The Adam variety.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought it was still kind of under question as to whether or not he went for black men.
No.
I mean, might be married to one.
Every single motherfucking day.
Look at this. The tattoos. Ugh.
Jeez.
You dodged
and they're so freaking artistic. They think they're
Well.
All right.
Well.
When it comes to tattoos, why is it that they always have the tattoos that they have? It always looks like the train car that was left in the wrong side of town for too long.
I don't know, man.
It's just there's some of the tattoos that I have seen. I just look at them and go, why? They're not even good looking. You paid money for that. No wonder, you have student loan debt.
Yeah, there's no reason why these chicks should look.
I'm just wondering why I've never seen a butterfly with a fat white woman with a black kid on it. I'm just with a tattoo.
Guys.
Good point.
If you see a chick with any butterfly tattoo, it only means one thing.
Y'all want to ask me what I'm doing? I'm outside hoeing. I work at Hoeing. Y'all want to know what company I work at? I work at Hoeing. That's the company I work at, Hoeing.
Jesus Christ.
Guys, and there is 304 TikTok, okay? And that is the craziest
I've seen it.
part of the internet, guys. I'm telling you, guys.
You know what? I respect that, though, because at least she says what it is she's doing and she owns it, you know?
Yeah. guys, here's the link to my.
I don't respect that. It's like me telling you, well, I'm going to rob you. Let me rob you. Is that okay? You gotta respect the fact that I'm at least telling you what I'm gonna do.
I mean, Emmett, you and I know each other's sides different.
One at a time. Guys, one at a time. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Don't ever try this candy again. It's fried chicken candy. I have the watermelon. So I got it with my EBT card on Amazon. Don't ever try it. It's disgusting. So
guys, we need to do another stream, Marte. And then guys, I want to have a Jesse Lee Peterson's best moment stream, because guys, if you don't watch Jesse Lee Peterson, guys, he's been saying the same thing since the late 80s when he was on Donahue.
Just one thing, AJ. Be careful with making a video out of it, because he will copyright strike you.
Yeah,
really?
I've heard of that too.
Well, because I've shown his stuff on a stream before. That one.
No, I think you can show it on the stream, but if you make a video of it, he will copyright strike you.
Yeah.
Well, are you basing that on VIX? Because I think the reason behind that was because it was so new. Like he had Vic had covered it before while it was still fresh.
Yeah, that one. Get a Job guy. He has the compilations that he does that are pretty hilarious. So, but yeah, guys, once again, Marte, you crushed this dude. This was just an absolute whooping, you know. And I don't know that if it was the guy's ego, but guys,
flawless victory. Excellent.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know why he just kept going and going. He should have said, you know, well, he shouldn't have even been there in the first place. Because why would he even try and argue this? You are black. Now, what I'm saying is like, I'm not trying to say that only that group can argue for that group, but the prompt itself, he was so ill prepared.
Well, hold on. Preparation had nothing to do with it, because, for one thing, he does not listen to hear. He waits to respond. Mm-hmm. He doesn't take into account what the opposing argument is and offer a response to it. He just has his set point of view, and he's just going to go off of it. And depending on what you give him, he's going to go either to the left or to the right on which way he's going to go with his particular response.
I think the issue with someone like him, he's one of these like kind of TikTok style debaters where he is more worried about how he'll look to his audience. So he will never ever
he'll never concede.
Yeah. He'll never ever ever.
Does he have that big of an audience to worry about?
That's the saddest part. No, you guys know who the saddest person is.
He doesn't have an audience.
Who's that one guy? That one, that goofball who always wears the glasses. That
First Amender?
Guys, he has like 20 subs, and then he's like debate a liberal. It's like
First Amendment.
Who are you talking to? Like, there's no one watching you. People call you to troll you. Like,
well, speaking of which, real quick, if I can interject for 2 seconds, I initially started by 5,000K stream party. I'm almost at 5,500 now. Yeah. Somehow it's just skyrocketed through the ceiling, and it's happening right now. The second point is, I want to say, have you ever seen the video of the guy with the leaf blower blowing these black chicks' weaves off?
Yes.
Yeah.
It never gets old, and I am constantly entertained. Whoever watches that, you need to watch it if you haven't seen that before. You're going to be constantly entertained. It's funny. So,
yeah.
Well, AJ, I understand you getting ready to shut your stream down just a little bit. I just want to say thank you for allowing me to come up. I'm sorry for kind of sidelining the conversation, derailing it a little bit onto that point. I just see that a lot right now, you know, bro.
I'm king of the tangents, man. If you guys know me, we don't
that happens like every stream, dude.
You know what I mean? But
we all do it.
Guys, any of you guys that are new, I go live at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's Monday through Friday, and then Sunday at 9 p.m. Any Christians here other than Martin? Okay. Christians?
Mm-hmm. Christian adjacent.
Yeah.
Christians.
I align most with Orthodox Christianity, but I won't be allowed to join the church. I know.
What I'm saying is, I'm gonna do another Christian feminism stream here soon. So
Well, there's no such thing. Wait, what?
So
Yeah,
I do
there's
those. I do those like
Wait,
once a quarter. You know,
Wait,
so like
when did you get into cooking shows?
Oh,
I see what you did there.
Guys normally just think.
But guys, so my second or third stream on this was talking about how witchcraft is the fastest growing religion with women
It's
today.
creepy. It's
Like,
freaking creepy.
They have witch TikTok and
like
it's just
astrology.
No, straight up witchcraft. Martin.
Well, that too. Yeah, that's
ass witchcraft. They're not even tiptoeing around it. They're saying, "I am a witch."
Yeah, it's the same thing with the Satanists too. They're just coming right out and saying we are Satanists now.
So,
pretty much.
Clean or Bandit. Are you guys in Marte's Discord?
Yeah. I linked up with you through Marte and Infinite, I believe as well, and probably Bandit too. You'll probably gain a bunch more guys over here. And Marte, listen, bro, you did magnificently better tonight than I've ever seen you do before. On that debate, you were so confident. You looked really clean. You looked good. You looked like you were calm through the whole thing for the most part. You know, you were doing so much better than you were when you first started, man. I'm so happy to see you get more comfortable with this.
Hey, Cleaner, I appreciate your compliment. Just say no homo, no Diddy before you say that.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, back off there, Liberace.
Yeah, there you go.
I'll just say no baby oil. I don't want to trigger anything.
He said,
Well, I'm going to drop down though. You guys stay safe and have a good night. All right.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah,
you.
guys.
Have a good night, Cleaner.
Bandit, yeah, guys.
Take care.
You too,
I'll
man.
link up
Have a
with
good
you
night,
guys,
everybody.
and we'll talk about the Christian feminism stream. So, all right, guys, I appreciate you. Congrats, Marte. On the 5K, my
Nicely
friend.
done, man.
All right, bye,
All right,
guys.
guys.
Take
Hey,
care.
I'll follow you, Locke. You guys have a good one.
Appreciate it, man. Thanks.
Yeah, for sure, man.